Yo, yo, yo! Welcome to Hellstormwargaming. My name is Mikey. Thanks so much for tuning in. Welcome to the Friday stream. Hope you're doing well. How's it going? How's it going? How's it going? Welcome, welcome, welcome. Just gonna make sure my Discord has been told that I'm live. It has been told I'm live. Welcome to the stream. Welcome again. My name is Mikey. Thanks so much for tuning in. I hope you're all having a good time. Sorry to address the obvious, but Jesus Christ, is it warm today? I have a fan literally right there. So I'm gonna zoom in a little bit. Not that much. There we go. There we go. That's a good view. That's a good view. So welcome. Welcome. If you don't know, I've been on Reddit today. I've got some fun stuff to talk about. We've got some React Andy stuff to do. But I hope you're all having a good time. Did you manage to do any work today? Probably not. Congratulations. Congratulations. It is bloody hot today, yeah. It is really hot today. What's this about flies not being able to act until they arrive? They can act. They can't move, but... It's freezing in Australia. Lucky for some. Lucky for some. In the UK, it's been about 30 odd degrees today. And there's muggy air. So welcome, welcome, welcome. Again, my name's Mikey. We've got loads to talk about today. We've got Reddit to talk about. We've got Twitter to talk about. We've got random videos to watch. And just generally, I've been starting fights. Kinda. Not really, but a little bit. A little bit. I started a fight on Reddit today. So I thought we could talk about that. But welcome. Let me say hello to everyone who's tuned in. Let me go to my new chat bot so I can do the thing. It even saves the chat bot from the other day, I think. It does. It saves the chat from the other day, look. That's earlier. That's when I went live. Boarding Actions is back. Yeah, I saw they're doing a Boarding Actions book. I just realized I'm on the stream for this. They're doing a Boarding Actions book, aren't they? Like a new one. Which is cool. Because isn't it using like 9th edition rules, but it's kind of like FAQ to use 10th, but not really? Is Mikey cheated again? Is that the drama? Kinda. Kinda, that's the drama. I'm too warm. Me too, bro. 9G, hello, mate. Hello. Angron, bloody hot today. Very much so. Very much so. Jester, hello. Kayari, 27 up north, like the real north. How north? How north? What a great comment. What a great comment from Nightbot. Look at that. Remember to subscribe, everyone, and like the stream if you're enjoying yourself so far. So yes, we've got a couple of things to talk about. Basically, regarding my previous video, has kicked up a right storm. So that's what we're talking about. But you also might have noticed something different. You might have noticed something different. Is this giant box behind me? Has anyone spotted that? No, what? Not one person mentions the giant box behind me. Like, Mikey, why is there a giant box on the screen? No? Any further north, it'd be Scotland. Yeah, no. So, basically, Wargaming territory. Someone in the local club WhatsApp had a tantrum because they didn't get to use their normal table on club night. Oh, that is a warm day. It's a warm day, definitely, definitely. So we got a box. Look at the size of it. I've got a fan just here. Let me know if you can hear it. Hopefully not. I can't even see the camera anymore. I can't even see the screen. It's quite a large box. It's not a 3D printer. This is a gift. Hashtag ad, hashtag gifted. From my friends at Zotac. You might know Zotac Gaming. You might know Zotac Gaming. They've sent me some stuff. It's kind of open a little bit already. Look, it kind of opened. The guy gave it to me open. I was like, what the fuck? Got one of those sick butts. It's a Space Marine controller. Space Marine 2 controller. Yeah, have you heard of Zotac with a C? I don't actually know what it is. I didn't put it in packing. I don't think it needs it. So Zotac make computer stuff, as you can see. Graphic card, mini PCs, enterprise PCs, and more, such as accessories. So they make a whole bunch of different type of computer stuff. They're essentially like a computer retailer. So they sent me a bunch of stuff. I've got no idea what's in it, but I thought I could open it and maybe we could give some of it away. I don't even know what it is. I'm already saying I'm going to give it away. As you know, we have a member goal every single stream. Here it is. Look at that. I've also fixed my bot, I think. I do need someone to test it. I think I fixed the double voice thing, which is very annoying. But if we hit the member goal today, I'll give away something from this bot. How's that sound? I don't know what's in it. I've just been given a giant box, and we can give that away. That could be a fun thing to do today. I've just finished ordering the last parts for my new PC. Zotac, your data is on. What's wrong with Zotac? They make storage systems, but they just like sell stuff. New hard drive, new PC. Maybe I'm giving away a hard drive. I don't know. Again, they sell loads of stuff. They sell graphics cards. Maybe I've got a 4080 Super in there. Maybe I've got 4060 Ti. Maybe it's a mini PC. Maybe it's an enterprise PC, like a GPU server. It's probably not heavy. Maybe it's probably more like this. It's probably selected. Maybe not just that one. Maybe not just that one. Maybe it's discontinued. Who knows? You have a lot of wrapping. There's no paper. Okay, so I'm not. This isn't a scam. This isn't me going, oh, I'm going to give away some of the box, the paper. I will actually give something away as well. But yeah, I need someone to test this, either super chat or gifted membership. Because I think I've fixed the bot, but I'm not sure. So are we getting 40k news from GW soon? An entire month of just AOS of them was surprising. JCMS, how you doing, bud? Thanks for tuning in. Hope you're doing well. Absolute legend. If you don't know this person basically does the manages the Meta Mondays for Warhammer Competitive on Reddit. So it is surprising. Hey, Saltism and Steelman, thanks for the gifted. It looks like it worked. You did send a message next time. Next time we need to test with a message. Some TTS action. You know? Say like, gifted. Thanks, Mikey. Absolute legendary shit.
Super chat £2. Testes.
Holy shit, it only played once. Holy shit, it only played once. Bro, I fixed it finally. I finally fixed it. Holy shit. Oh, let's fucking go, baby. Let's fucking go. But yeah, so like in terms of like AOS news, it's been an AOS release, right? They did 40k, they did Pariah Nexus, and it's that weird ground where everyone's like finding their feet. So I don't think they've had much to say. What would they be able to be add? You know, a new codex. All right, yeah, cool. I don't know. I don't know what they could have added in the last month, right? Feels like ages since the last codex release. It was Sisters and GSC, right? I think the reason it doesn't feel like it's the Sisters are a bit of a niche army, and GSC are very niche and also bad. So I swear members just dropped from 467 to 444. Probably did, because obviously I go live every single Monday, Wednesday, Friday, and then if it's 30 days since I had those members, it might have dropped. So I'll drop the goal as well. Now I'll fix the bot. I'll drop the goal. So for the giveaway, we've had 2. So let's make it 13 more. How's that sound? Chat, how's that sound? That sounds reasonable. So what, 5457? Let's make it 456. That's alliteration. That's alliteration, baby. It's not alliteration. If we hit 456, I'm going to give away something out of this box, okay? But yeah, the last codex release was GSC, right? Pariah's amazing. I've only played 2 games of Pariah. I've been so busy with Age of Sigmar. It's just been crazy, honestly. So let's have a catch up with GW. Then we'll do box. Then we'll do big news. How's that sound? What's GW up to? It's Friday. We're not doing a battle report today because mostly I forgot to ask people if they wanted to play. And 2, I'm actually away all next week. If you didn't know, I'm away all next week. I should be streaming on Monday as normal. But Tuesday, I'm doing a collab stream with Liam Dempsey. So I'm doing a collab battle report. I'm going to go play my Ossiarch Bone Reapers. You might have seen that I've been painting Ossiarch Bone Reapers. I've been sharing some stuff in the behind the scenes in Discord, !Discord, in chat to get a link. So I'm going to Liam's on Tuesday to play a game. And then Wednesday, I won't be streaming because I'm doing a collab with Vince, Pleasant Kenobi, on Wednesday morning. We're going to do, I think we're doing a live in-person pod. So, like, pretty excited, pretty busy week. And then I think I'm coming back Thursday. So Friday, I should be doing, like, a battle report as normal. It just means I'll be missing the morning news. I might do a little, like, impromptu phone stream. I'm probably going to do some filming while I'm down there to get, like, a video out as well. But next week I've got a big road trip. I'm doing all the way to the bottom country and then all the way back up because they're all like south coast based, basically, quite literally straight down the country. So that's me. I hope the weather is shit on Tuesday. Weather Tuesday. Also have like on Tuesday 20 degrees. Perfect. Last time I did a long journey, I went to Wales. I went to Wales. And it was like the other time, it was the hottest time. Like the last time it was this hot. I've not got any events booked in apart from RTT this weekend. Well, let me tell you, Angron, I don't know if you knew, but I'm running an event on the 31st and the 1st of September. Great event. You've been before. You got McDonald's last time you came. It was great. But there's also a big event happening. Escalation shop in chat. The straw didn't pop up. There we go. Georgie got me a new cup. What do you reckon, chat? Out of 10. New cup. It's 2 litres. 2 litres of Pikachu. I drove 4 hours today from Bournemouth. Had a good holiday, but it was hot in the car. Yeah, fuck that. Fuck that driving today. Right, what's GW up to? Let's have a nosy. Quick one. Weta Workshop unleashed the despoiler in all of his diabolical glory. Is this the what to go with the Titus miniature? This is the Titus, the one we go to Titus, right?
We've been making collectibles here at Weta Workshop for a long time now. We always try and push the limits.
In chat. Is that racist chat? I don't think so.
What is possible in this medium? We started our journey with Warhammer with Lieutenant Titus.
Yeah.
It seemed obvious.
That is so sick, but Jesus Christ, the price, bro. The price, bro.
That the next character had to be the ultimate antagonist, and it's Abaddon the Despoiler.
Oh. That is pretty sick, to be fair. Is he okay? No capes.
Abaddon's pose is one of immense brutality. He's got an
that is
aura
pretty
of
fire, to be fair.
about him. It's just an absolutely
the video is really good,
figure.
but the quality of miniature is
Perfect incarnation
miniature.
of chaos.
Actually pretty sick. I do kind of want it.
We were walking a very fine line.
Chat, how much is it?
Show an emotive, bloody, victorious moment, while also
that is
showing a
fucking
being
gorgeous.
of supreme
Imagine that with
intelligence.
Titus on a shelf. Jesus.
Scaling up the miniature that we all love introduces many challenges. The Terminator armor is thousands of years old. What texture does
Oh
that
shit,
have?
how big is
How
it?
do all the bits interlock and
Holy
connect with each other?
fuck.
How does this work so Abaddon can actually stride across the battlefield?
It's going to be like 2 feet tall, 3
It was
feet tall.
important to us that we sculpted the demon
I guess the
sword
Titus
with
is
all
massive.
of the detail that we felt was worthy. All of the faces and the trapped soul.
It's £1,700. It's £1,700. Holy. You know what, chat? I don't want it. I don't want it. I actually don't want it anymore. I'm not actually that bothered. I don't think it's that good, actually. £1,700. Chat, look, I'm gonna need some members, okay? £1,700. That's crazy, bro. That's actually mental. Who has the money for that? 1,800 quid. That's half an advocate army. Like, who has the money? Why aren't they watching my channel? I could print one. People paying installments. What, Klarna that shit? 0% credit cards. Oh, Jesus.
Along the blade, it really is a character unto itself.
You fucking hope so for 1,700, 1,800 quid, basically.
The Talon of Horus. It's incredibly symbolic. It's super cool. It commands an amazing silhouette. We wanted to showcase the combi bolter. We made it look functional and just pour as much detail and love.
He's fucking sick, though, isn't it? £1,700, that's pretty heavy. Didn't look that big. Brilliant. What's Freedom Bucks? $1,900. There you go.
We could into the Talon of Horus.
Are we seeing, like,
one of the most
not dramatic
distinctive features from the original mini is
nice stocking
Abaddon's
filler. Yeah, I'm
trophy
actually
rack.
get 3. Really.
We've tried to stay
you get
as
one from my
faithful
gardener,
to the
one
mini
from me
as
as
we
well.
possibly could. We've got the same characters,
And
the
then one I'm
same
just gonna
skulls, the same
put in the bin or
Xenos
whatever.
trophies. Abaddon the Despoiler, one of the largest.
It looks so small there. Do you think? Do you think it looks like really small there? Like 3 feet tall, yeah, but is that from like head to toe or like bottom of base to tip of sword he's holding in the air? I know he doesn't have his shoulder pads and he doesn't have his cape. It doesn't look massive.
One of the largest, most craziest single characters we've ever depicted. He's scary, he's powerful, he's intense. He is everything the War Master
You're
should
paying
be.
for the paint job, right? Really? Because he will just be like resin cast. You're paying for the hand paint job, which is obviously very sick.
We've been hanging out with Warhammer 40,000 for a while, but now it is with great pleasure that we move into the realms of Warhammer Age of Sigmar. The
Archeon?
first character we will be showcasing is Skragrot, the Loon King.
Oh shit,
We
son.
felt this was a fantastic way to enter Warhammer Age of Sigmar.
Is it? The most iconic? No, most iconic? Would you not go for like Stormcast or? I guess there's not that much iconic in Age of Sigmar, is there?
Have this mischievous character who's just going to cause so much trouble.
Isn't that a famous Warhammer Fantasy miniature?
After Skragrot the Loon King, we go back to Warhammer 40,000 and to the divine glory and majesty of Celestine the Living Saint.
Celestine.
We
that's what I
chose
said.
Celestine because we were looking for something a little
Celestine. Celestine. Isn't that weird?
chose Celestine because we were looking for something a little bit
Why the hell is
more
it in
uplifting,
Nagash?
a ray of light in this
Yeah, Nagash, Archeon, fucking a Stormcast character, something else.
grim darkness.
It's the
She is
accent.
such
Yeah,
a
I know, but it's
perfect
just like the
representation.
emphasis on the less rather than se. Because I would say Celestine, right?
Of this hope.
I'm just being pedantic. Because I don't want to pay 800.
We're incredibly
£1,800.
excited to show you this first series of Warhammer collectibles. We've tried to be diverse.
Is it collectible when it's £2,000 a pop? When does it stop being collectible and just being like a bit crazy?
We've tried to include something for every fan. Working with Warhammer, there is just such a vast pantheon of characters to choose from. We have more characters that we are working on, and we cannot wait to show them to you.
Could it be entered into Golden Demon? I don't see why not. I don't see why not. Unless there's a rule that says like has to be GW miniature, which it's technically not. Fucking $2,000, bro. How is it a collectible? Doesn't collectible mean like a collection of things? It is fucking sick, don't get me wrong. But just like, who has that sort of money? He still has the on-off switch on the back. That's so funny. Like, who has like $2,000 to drop on a fucking... I guess he's kind of like... You know, I don't even fucking know. I actually don't know. I don't know who has this sort of money. You know? Fucking... some super famous celebrity who plays Warhammer has this sort of money. Jacksepticeye now has this sort of money. He might buy one. But into Golden Demon with an AI background. Yeah, I paid it. Imagine priming it. Fuck me. Oil baron money. Yeah, literally. Is it just like a tax write-off? Is that what it is? That's the only thing that I can like help explain it. Is it just for people who want a big tax write-off? Ginger Steve. Yeah, but that's him. This fucking tax write-off. People spend more on luxury watches. Yeah, I guess I just don't get it right. I'm not like that sort of person. It's a cool centerpiece in a local hobby store. Yeah, but I don't think many local hobby stores have $2,000 to throw around either. Yeah, I personally just don't get it. I don't understand why you spend that much on it. A lot of people talk about this. Paint a Space Hulk red with brutal close range brawls in the new boarded action supplements. Back in Darkest Omens, Ravage the Galaxy had an action in Born 40k moved to claustrophobic corridors of voidcraft in the game format known as Born Actions. Then the rules were updated when the last edition of the game arrived. We've seen fewer Born Actions over the last year or so. Yeah, do many people play this? Careful making your Yorkshireman is showing. You know what? I don't even care. I don't even care that my Yorkshireman is showing. Sometimes someone needs to say, hey bro, don't spend $2,000 on a miniature. You know? Because if people buy it, they'll just make more. And then, like, someone's going to have to spend $10,000 for the full set. And there'll be the one guy in the world that has the full set. I honestly thought we'd get a post about upcoming reveals this week. They do that on Sunday. What's surprising is the Tacoma Open doesn't have a reveal show, which is obviously one of the GW big American events that's happening right now on Twitch. You can watch it now. That's the wrong channel. The Tacoma Open's happening. After the ads. After the adverts is happening. And there's been no reveal show, which normally is at these big US events. Which is very surprising. That's what I mean. I assumed there's be a reveal stream at Tacoma. No, there's not been one. Do I have to wait? Do I have to watch another ad? They at least sort the camera quality out, right?
Positioning and stuff.
Yeah.
What was on your mind?
I think my big mistake was deploying. I guess my deployment was a little bit off just because he had that
little,
straight
but then a
line
giant
with
stop.
the Hekachunk, basically. It kind of set me back
They
a
do
little
event,
bit, but then I was
do
trying to
reveal
give maybe a
events
little
that
bit of
aren't their
trade,
own.
and then try
They
to hit
did
as hard as I
a
could.
reveal event at the last one they did.
No, Angron, we know
Right?
this can be kind of swingy.
What was the last event they did?
You actually made a big push and
That was their event. That wasn't a random one.
On you, but that wasn't over. Like you had something to say about that.
Yeah, why are these microphones so tiny with giant stops? They're so funny. Just put a windsock on it. Right?
The Votan can kind of play either in the assault or in the shooting side of things. So with that in mind,
I don't know. Oh, round 1 Grey Knights versus Chaos Demons or World Eaters versus Leader Votan. This person has won one of them. Congratulations. Best of luck in the rest of the event. But anyway, boarding actions. Plunge back into the world of door-to-door firefights and desperate charges with over 40,000 boarding actions. I have loads of this terrain painted, never played boarding actions. I think painting the terrain for it sapped the life out of it for me. I think it honestly sapped the life out of it for me. There's so much little bits to paint, which is cool, but like to keep it like modular, you need to paint so many little separate bits. Remember, I did it all in one day. I did like a stream for it. Hellstorm boarding actions. Will that come up? Nope. 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 Did not come up. Never mind. Yeah, I painted it all the first set in a day, and I did loads more afterwards, and I just like gave up after that. What's the book though? Main building goes to complete the board and action detachment for every faction in the game, giving you quick and easy options for building a balanced boarding patrol around thematic army lists. Every faction has at least 2 detachments with their own detachment rules, enhancements, and stratagems, as well as unit rosters that determine how many of each unit you can take. Okay, so they've made it into its own type of game. I think they're trying to spearhead this shit, right? Issue was the terrain was overpriced. Yeah, the terrain was kind of pricey. So there's 2 different types of boarding patrols. You can include one of the following. So they're trying to make it its own proper game rather than just being a game where you can't take tanks, right? You can include 2 units. Duplicates are not allowed. And then up to 3 of these and up to 1 of those. Or you can take aberrants on hybrid. It already kind of was spearhead, but the problem is that rules are spread across every arc of Omen's book. Okay. Should we give it a go, chat? Again, I have the fucking... all the terrain painted. John and Wendy both decided to play Dark Depths game. When mustering their body patrol, John decided to use the alpha mat setup for his ARF. Oh, that's sick! The Dark Depths, each player allows to select half the board layout, ideally a layout that suits their playstyle, before slamming them together into chaotic warrant of mismatched killing fields. That's really sick, actually. That's really cool. So you just smash you build your own board. You go, I want to use this one, and we'll smash them together. Is that just one mission? Because if that's every mission, that's mint. That's really cool. Because that's obviously like the Space Hulks crashing into each other. That's really cool. Each of my hearts are played adjacent to each other, aligned along their jointed edge, as shown in the deploy army stat. John will use the entry zones on the left, and Wendy will use on to the right. That's sick. So everybody but Imperial Knights, which is fair. So it's I don't know if that's like one particular mission, but that sounds really fun. That's what I'd play. That sounds really cool. Even if it doesn't make a huge difference, it just sounds fun. I'm low-key hoping that soon means they announce it on Sunday for a pre-order next weekend. I imagine it won't be far away if they're talking about it. Okay. A little bit, quite, a bit interesting, to be honest. A bit interesting. And then, not a great deal else. Old World and Necromunda. Okay. Means probably on the Sunday preview. I don't know. I have no idea. Okay, chat, as I said, we've got a box. We've got a giant box. I'm going to open it, if that's cool. I thought you were dropping place through it. Very good. I've got this box from my good friends at Zotac. It's about half full. This looks like there's quite a lot of stuff in there. We're going to open the box. Now, I'm going to give away something out of the box if we hit the memo goal tonight. Is it an Abaddon? I don't think the Abaddon fit. Well, this is from my friends at Zotac. Let me put a link. Let me put a link to their Twitter. How about that? Not this one. This one. If you would, you can go check out Zotac on Twitter. That'd be really cool. With mutuals. Look at us with mutuals. That's so cool. Manufacturers of GPUs in the world's first mini PC. They're very cool. They sent me... Oh, spoilers! 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 Did you see? Maybe. Let's open the box. Let's find out what's in there. First of all, this one is already open. We have a Zotac gaming Dex pad. Nice, thank you. Thanks for the gifted, bud. Look at that. We're only 11 away. This one's already kind of open. Oh, gaming mat? Mats for gamers? You ready? Yo! Yo! Zotac Gaming with the little Zotac man! Oh shit. Yo! Zotac Gaming! Let's go! I do love their mascot. Their mascot is like a little chibi Gundam. It is very sick. That's pretty sick. That's a cool desk mat. Live to game. That's me. I live to game. Live to game. Game the rule set of Warhammer. Right, let me put this away. That's cool. Very nice quality, definitely. And I love the design of Zotac's little mascot. It's very cool. I won some wicked PC badges off a couple of years back. Yeah, they're really cool. We do a lot together. They're a very good brand to work with. Let me put this away before I forget, because I'm going to make a mess. I don't know if I'm going to have a GPU unless there's Snooky at the bottom. I think if there's a GPU, they put more packing in the box. Or maybe, who knows? Maybe I'll give away a GPU, or more likely I'll give away a desk mat. There we go. Okay, what else do we have? Looks like we have 3 or 4 things. Maybe? I don't know. Let's see. Yo, t-shirt. Will protect your desk from resin spills? Yeah, definitely. Well, sadly, look, I know they really like me. They're really nice, okay? They're really nice, but come on now. Come on now. Look, I know you're trying to be nice. I know you're trying to be nice, but come on now. I'm a big boy. But the t-shirt is... Oh, I'm actually devastated. I'm actually devastated. The front, very subtle, very cool design, very subtle. Just a logo. You know, if you know, you know. You don't, you don't. Sleeve, Zotac Gaming. Other sleeve, blank, classy. The back, though. Oh, look at that. That's so sick. That's so sick. I'm actually devastated. That's such a cool t-shirt. That's such a cool shirt as well. Ah. I love Zotac. They are so nice to me. They are very kind, very polite. But I wouldn't have been offended if it was a 5XL. At least it would have been fair. God damn, I love a t-shirt with back print. Me too. Devastation, chat. Devastation. That shit move. Right, okay. Anything else? Any more t-shirts you want to embarrass you with? No? Okay. We have a foldable storage box. Okay. A foldable storage box. So giving away a t-shirt, definitely. Oh shit, little box. Oh shit, little box, bro. Actually goated. I'm actually excited about this. Yo. Whoa, it's a fucking box, bro. Box in a box. Hell yeah. Got my little clips on top. Actually, I'm pretty hype about the little ammo crate. I'm actually very hype about the ammo crate. Look, it locks into place, look. Push the limit. Holy shit, this is actually sick. If you put some war mag in the bottom, that's an elite carry case. And then you don't need it anymore. Yo. Bro. Smashed it. Box in a box is on. I guess so. What's funny is my grandma used to have one of these types of boxes in the back of her car for a shopping bag. That's a cool box there. I like that. Chap, there still could be a GPU. There still could be a GPU in the bottom of there. Who knows? Sell those in B&Q. I fucking love Zotac Team 1. That's it. elite. They gave me an inscription. Oh shit, there's even more stuff. Bubble wrap. We'll give away that, definitely. What the fuck? Zotac neck-mounted beer opener. Actually, okay. I'm back here in a clip. And we could... I could be like a head teacher. Chat, I'm like a head teacher. I'm a head teacher now. Listen, chat. Become members right now. It's got a fucking bottle opener on it. That's so sick. And another clip. I don't know what that's for, though. Quick release bottle opener. You know, you're like at a club and you're like, bro, you got beer opener? I really use a beer. Then I'm like, don't worry, fellas. I got you. Why is there a bottle opener on it? Okay, elite lanyard. And now I can jiggle my keys way louder now. I can jiggle my keys. Chat, someone become a member right now. I'm giving away loads of stuff out of this box today. Okay, I've got two quite big ones left. Yo, is it a graphics card? Live to game. Push the limit. We've got a magnetic box. This looks expensive. This looks expensive. And we've also got... Whoa, no way. We've got a bag. In a bag. Do you love your lanyard? We'll do the bag first. Now, jokes aside. Is my bag in here? This is the bag that I've had for like 8 years. I got it from a friend when I worked at university. Okay. It's a NVIDIA GPU bag. Very sick. Okay. But look what happened the other day. Can you see? Look what happened the other day. I've had it like 8 years, and it was second hand when I got it. Look at that. I call it, Georgie and me and dubbed it. We called it 4 threads. Not sponsored, no. Rob, thanks for the gifted, bud. Really appreciate it. We call it. I call it Mikey. We kept calling me Mikey 4 threads because it was on its way out. Okay. Oh shit, bro. Oh my god, that's actually elite. Oh my god. We got a bag. Is anything in the bag? Ow. Nope. That's okay. That's really... It's waterproof. Yo, Jace, thanks for the gifted, bro. Thanks for the gifted. Looks like my new lanyard works. Yo, actually a sick bag. Actually a sick camera bag. Bro. Okay, that one's not... No. That's going with the box. That's not being given away. Okay? That's a Des. Thank you for the gifted as well, bud. Really appreciate it. I'm currently giving away a t-shirt and a desk mat. And then potentially whatever's in here. Okay, chat, are you ready? Are you ready for the last... This is the last one. This is elite. Oh my god. You ready? I hope it doesn't have my address in because I'm not going to check it first. What is it? Chat, what is it? Wait, what is it? I actually don't know. Oh, we got a thank you note. With your continued support of the Zotac... Oh, I've lost my arm. That's what I've lost. I've lost the arm of my chair. With your continued support of the Zotac brand, thank you, Zotac, love you. It allows us to continue our passion in pushing the limits of our capabilities with our products, including design features, performance. We here to continue your PC gaming adventures. I am a PC gamer. Streamed Elden Ring every day until I beat it. Remember, share your fun with Zotac hardware and social with hashtag Zotac. Let's all say thank you, Zotac. Hashtag Zotac on Twitter. Okay, what did we get? We got Okay, we got lots of random little bits and bobs. First of all, we got... They just want to dap me up. They just wanted me to be, like, actually dapper. We got a suitcase tag, I think. Chat, is it a suitcase tag? I don't know. You can put stuff in. Oh, there's a letter inside. Yeah, I think that's a suitcase tag. Lame. It's cute. It's cute. It's very cute. Did you not see the bag and the box? We also got... I'm going on a trip next week. I need this. I'm going on an adventure. We got a suitcase strap. Okay, we need to make it bigger. Chat, shut up. Oh, God, that's the biggest. Oh, no, that's not the biggest it goes. Yo. New accessories. Chat, I didn't make it big enough. Chat, I didn't make it big enough. I'm sorry. This is stupid. Did you think that's enough? Hell yeah, dude. It's like I'm training at the gym. You know? I don't know why I'm doing it behind me. I can do it in front of me. It's like I'm training at the gym. I'm about to lift some sick weights. Oh. I lift the game. Don't you think? Don't you think it suits me? Do you think it looks good? I'll practice. It'll make sure my chest doesn't pop out when I do all my weightlifting. What do you reckon? Good? Hype? Hype? What is this? This is a cool box. It's just lots of little bits and bobs, you know? What the fuck is this? Whoa, pop out bag. Chat, this is how people will know when I'm doing my shopping at Aldi that I'm a gamer. You know? How else will people know that I'm a gamer if my bag doesn't say live to game? You know? How will they know I'm a gamer without a bag that says live to game? Give the strap to Joe and Liam's show to use as a belt. Okay, how do we put it? I thought it was a live check-in. Look at that. Now I can keep that anywhere I like in my little pouch. I've got a little pouch strap for my little bag. Hell yeah, dude.
Super chat £5. I'm here for Warhammer chat and all I got was a weird fashion show. Also we all know you shop at Waitrose. Winking face.
Okay, that turns out I didn't fix the bot. Thanks for the 5, Jay. Really appreciate it. Okay, this is the last one. Is this a little man bag? Holy shit, a little man bag. Gaming man bag. Yo. Actually, a bit elite. Actually, a bit elite. I'll definitely have it at full length. Not gonna lie. That's how I roll. I'm a 90s kid after all. Actually elite. Got my little bag. Got a little zip in there. Got my man handbag. Got my little man handbag. That's so sick. Got a little pocket at the front. Oh, chat, you're actually jealous. I've got a little hook that I can clip My portable beer opener too. Alright, chat. I'm actually pretty hype about this. What do you reckon? How do I look? I've got so many bags now. So many bags. I'm like kitted out. I think Georgie's gonna be jealous she's missing out. I've got so many bags. George! Where's my phone? What's my phone? Where's my phone gone? Where's that? George! Close your eyes. Close your eyes. Stop. Come closer, but with your eyes shut. Come closer with your eyes closed. Right, careful. There's a box in front of you, so walk over it. I'll grab your hands. Come here. Hands out. Oh, you don't want to come on stream?
Not really.
Okay. How do I look?
There's a lot going on, isn't there?
A lot of bags. You can say I'm carrying so many bags. I told them about 4 threads. 4 threads is dead, yeah.
Right,
Georgie doesn't want to come on stream, but she is there. Say hi. There she is.
Hi.
So look, do you want to see my drip?
Yes.
First of all, new backpack.
Very cool.
Very cool.
Can you turn around so I can actually see it?
Multiple pockets.
Oh, I like that.
Multiple pockets.
Oh, steady on, fella.
Right. Up. Wait for it.
Expandable, is it? Oh, hello. Nice, nice.
That's the bag. If I wanted to store my bag,
Ooh,
collapsible box.
cute.
What's this?
You could magnetize it with a Warmag magnet.
That's what I.
Yeah.
That's what I said. What's this?
Well,
You wouldn't even know I've got that.
that was satisfying.
Right? You just feel like.
Oh, I quite like that. Yeah. Nice.
Ready to the box.
How many, chat, be honest, how many times has he done that and tried to get it looking as smooth as that? Be really honest.
First thing she says is, "Wow, what a game this is." Right, you might have noticed some other accessorizing things.
I'm actually kind of living for that.
I really like it.
I'm kind of about it. I can't lie. Okay, I'm
Little
kind of.
messenger man handbag.
It's giving my Uniqlo crossbody bag moment.
Man bag.
We don't need to gender it, do we?
No, but I think it's cool.
It's cute. I like it. It'd be good for cameras and stuff. If you like.
Well, I always have to put this in your handbag.
Yeah. Thank God. Thanks,
Right.
Zotac.
Right?
Yeah.
Attached to it,
Yeah.
it has had an additional accessory, so please be aware.
I will make that. I will. Yeah. Oh.
Chat, listen.
Oh, okay.
Become members. Member time. Well, except for my mum's key.
I was gonna say, but is that your mum's door key?
They're at portable
Cute.
beer at our lanyard.
I love a lanyard.
So when I'm like at a club, people are like, oh, that's beer bar.
Does that happen a lot? I have
Like, like I screwed up.
I did.
Like,
I
have you got a bottle of it? You don't.
not right now.
You should take.
Yeah. Oh, I like the little detachable moment. Very good.
Right?
Nice. We love a
Clips on,
lanyard,
which
don't we?
clips onto my non-gendered full bag.
Just say you're back. That's okay. I think that's actually kind of legit.
Oh, no, don't look at that one.
Oh,
don't look at that
right.
one.
Okay.
Right?
Can't believe Georgie likes to drink the other moment. I like think it's that thing. It's practical.
My lifting belt.
Is that what that is?
Yeah, they sent me a lifting belt.
What does that mean?
It's so my chest doesn't pop out.
That thing you do? Okay. It's true.
This is a suitcase.
Oh, okay. It's like good for holiday.
We're going on holiday soon.
We are.
Got that.
That's good. Oh, that's actually good. That's cute.
I need to transport in my
Oh,
I'm in
fuck.
Aldi, but I'm also a gamer.
And you know what? We do often say that, don't we? I'm in Aldi, but I'm
How
also
did
a gamer.
it all keep it all so I'm a gamer without a lifting bag?
That's cute.
And it's that thing.
Oh, and it folds up into a little pocket. But that's really nice to listen to for everybody.
That.
I think that's actually some pretty good swag there.
Right? You also sent me a mouse mat and t-shirt.
Can I have a t-shirt?
Nope.
Why?
I'm giving it away. I'm giving it
my
all away. All the things that I don't want, which is the t-shirt and the mouse mat.
Okay, because the other ones are kind of legit, right?
The bag?
Yeah.
So what do you reckon? Out of 10, how fit did I look when you came in when I had all those bags?
You got incrementally less hot when you took the bags off. I think when you had all of them on, it was giving... I was going to say Duke of Edinburgh, but that makes it sound like you're a child. It's giving, like, camper.
Happy camper.
Yeah. Did you show chat your flask?
I did show chat my flask.
Nice.
So, thank you. I just wanted to share. Thank you, Zotac. Hashtag ad gave me some free stuff. Go and buy your GPUs and stuff. Thank you for being encouraging me with my fashion show.
Always. I mean, I've been dripping.
I miss my.
You've been getting dripped up today by me anyway. So.
Well, literally, yeah.
You could wear it like a lanyard as if like you're the mayor or something. That's not what mayor.
Oh, you mean like a sash?
Oh, lanyard.
Push the sash limit. Anyway, there you go, chat. I've lost 20 viewers doing this, so I'm gonna stop.
I'm gonna leave.
Thanks, George. What do you?
Bye.
It is box. Oh, thank you. Right, now we'll talk about 40k, shall we? All the Mardy ones are done. Alright, so if you hit the member goal, I'll give away a t-shirt or a dice mat. Sorry, dice mat. A desk mat. It's like when you go to the market and have spending money to buy random tap. It's a very cool random tap. I like the bags. They're very sick. Mikey looks like a drug dealer. It did look like a drug dealer bag, let's be honest. You showed uniform for your new job working at Zotac. Yeah, the bag's actually pretty... Again, when I fucking got this one, and I was saying to George, I was like, I desperately need one. He's ripping on this side as well. I think I just put... This is like the bag I take to tournaments and stuff. And it's just like, I take it everywhere. Fucking 4 threads. 4 threads left. So that one's getting replaced. Sarcasm is great. Listen. Listen, shut up. Alright. Let's do the main topic, shall we? I've been live for an hour. The straw keeps getting stuck and we'll fix it. I can't believe we've sat through Maggie's fashion show to find out he's cheating again. I'm not cheating. Okay. There we go. Alright. I hope you enjoyed the little show. I thought it was fun. I had a nice time, and that's the main thing. Because I'm the streamer. Alright? Alright. Okay. Okie dokie. Let's do it. So, chat, you might be aware of a little video I dropped the other day. Look at it. Wow, look at that cool guy talking in another cool free t-shirt that fit this time. I made a video about the huge pivot change. Okay, you might remember this. It was a big thing. We did this on Wednesday morning. Essentially, because of the pivot rules, which I can pull up now. Because of the pivoting rules, I'll give you the quick rundown, basically. These are the pivoting rules. As you can see, essentially, when you make a pivot, some models have a pivot value of 0, which is basically models on a round base, and monster vehicles, unless they overhang, have a pivot value of 2. Okay, so basically, how you used to move tanks and how you move tanks now is very different. So essentially, when you measure to move a tank, you measure from the middle all the time. Okay, and what this means is when you pivot, you spend inches to pivot. So, for example, this model, you keep measuring from 1 point to 1 point, etc. Unless you want to pivot, then you measure from the center. If you're round, you don't pay any pivot value. You just spin as much as you like. You know. A lot of you know. A lot of you follow me. A lot of you listen to what I've got to say sometimes. The point is pivot is a big thing. And the big change in the video, if you haven't seen it, is the fact that raiders, for example, have a pivot value of 0. Have a pivot value of 0, and when they charge, they can turn first during the charge move. So when they roll, they go, I've rolled a 7, so I turn and gain 2 inches, and then I just charge, you know? Except I'm just getting fucking bullied by the chat at this point. You all understand. This is what the video is basically is, you know? When you charge, you can turn whilst charging. Because it's on a round base, it costs you 0 inches. Because it's a round base, you don't pay to pivot. So it's free. So you can make your charge way less because you actually measure the hole still. Always a big drama. The point being is games actually change it so vehicles have a pivot value of 2 inches. And my God, did this video cause such an outrage. Like, there's like 200 comments, okay? There's like 200 comments. And only, I would say, like 10% are like people going, that this seems like a good idea. Or like, yeah, fair enough, cheers, Mikey, or whatever. But like, the rest of it is people saying, actually you can't turn during the charge. It costs, if you're 908, it's 9 to charge. And I'm like, a lot of the comments gave me the vibe that the people commenting didn't actually know how the rules work. Okay, they didn't understand how measuring to holes work, which is something that changed like a year ago. Some people didn't understand how new pivoting works, which obviously it's new. You know, not everyone's going to understand that. Some people didn't understand, like, for lack of a better term, the basic concept of charging. Whereas I was like trying to like explain it to people, and people just like all capsing but telling me I was wrong, right? You know? And again, there's like 200 comments here that you can have a look through. Like, important question. At what point are you allowed to rotate your model? As under the assumption, you can only move in the movement phase and charge phase. If you do to charge in the charge phase, you have to make the charge first. So you wouldn't have to... So wouldn't you have to roll a 9 before you could pivot? And if you come in deep strike, you'd be 9 inches out. Also, doesn't deep strike reinforcements come at the end of the movement phase, so you wouldn't be allowed to move. Just like a lot of... For lack of a better term, just like very basic... What I would say is like basic understanding of the rules being lost. You know? Because the way the rules work... And again, when I talk about the rules... I'm looking at it from like an analysis point of view. I'm not like going out and saying, hey guys, everybody do this, it's so broken. But like, when I look at rules and I'm looking at like, essentially looking for loopholes and looking for interesting things, I'm trying to tell you about some interesting thing I found. Actually, the way this is wrote, it doesn't quite work like that. Actually, the way this is intended probably doesn't work that way. It works this way, and there's been a new FAQ because of this interaction. You know, I do what I would say is analysis content. I look at things and I tell you what's happening, why it's happening, and what's gonna happen. You know, I'm like, here's a rule, really stupid. Here's how people are abusing it. Here's an FAQ. This is the video that I've made, right? And a lot of the comments just came down to like not telling me that I was wrong about pivoting, saying you can't pivot at all. You know, a lot of people telling me that the charge phase doesn't work. Again, like this one saying if you're 9 away, you have to roll a 9, which isn't true because again, you make the charge roll for charge unit by rolling 2d6. The result is the maximum number of inches each model in that unit can move if it's made a charge move. For a charge move to be possible, the charge roll must be sufficient to enable the charging unit to end within an engagement range. Okay, this is like the main one. This doesn't say if you are 9 away, you have to roll a 9. Obviously, that is usually what you need. But in this specific instance, which I thought I'd explained, is that you can actually pivot on the spot at the start of the charge. So you roll the dice, and then with the information of the fact that you can turn your model on its end for free, for no movement cost. When it moves, it turns and then moves. So your 9 inches that you think you need is actually probably going to be 7 or even 6 in some cases. So like, but like stuff like that is like, what it feels like is a lot of people quoting old rules at me, you know? Because old rules, I think, probably said, hey, if you're 9 away, you need 9. Whereas it actually doesn't say that anymore. It says you have to make engagement range. So if you're over 9, usually you're going to need 9 inches to charge. If you're making 8, you're out of an inch. But in this very particular instance, with like pivoting for free and models that overhang and still measure to the hull, like any flying vehicle on a round base, again, any Space Marine Primaris tank, Eldar, Tau, Necrons, Drakari. They're like the big ones. There's more fringe cases than just those, but they're like the big ones. Any of the vehicles are on a flight stand, they're on a hovertat stand, and they're on a round base as well. So they measure to the hull and the base. Essentially, they can all do this. They can arrive, they could be a distance away and then be like out of Overwatch range or whatever. And then when they charge, they turn and make that charge shorter. It's very weird. It probably won't come up too much, but it's obviously a weird interaction. And I thought I like explained like how it worked. And I was like, hey, this is what people are doing because of pivot. This is how GW fixed it, because I don't think that's intended. This is what they're using, or like the GW events team specifically. And I've just still got like loads and loads of comments saying like, no, that's not how it works. That's wrong. And just like loads of people just shouted at me, and essentially just, again, like what it felt like the entire world, but like obviously not. What it felt like is the entire comment section, which again, straw man, people are going to say, well, it's actually only the people that are commenting that are saying you're wrong. The people who watched it, which is obviously a far larger number than the people commenting, didn't leave any comment, which is probably they just agree with me. But like, I don't understand like the mindset of like coming at me and saying that I'm like super wrong when I'm not wrong at all. And I thought I'd explained everything that was going on, and people are still there going, actually, no, you're wrong. And I just didn't get it. Okay, I didn't understand. And it's like this, like for charging unit one, is like a prime example. People saying that you measure to the base. Why has it got a base if you're not measuring to the base? I'm like, it's a tank. At the start of the edition, that's what it said. But like a week in, they said you actually measure to the hull, because if you have a tank that overhangs the base, you do all the measurements to the base. So you deep strike 9 away from the raider, and then you can't charge because you can't actually make base contact with the raider. I can actually show you this if I still have the Photoshop file. I think I probably do. I'm just going to open Photoshop and show you why they changed, if you remember, why they changed measuring to hull, right? We have a radar. We have the same situation here, okay? Pre-FAQ 1.01, okay? Core rules, right? What you could do is, with this radar, let's say the opposite happened. The radar's pointing this way, and this unit wants to charge, okay? And they measure from their base to the base of the model, which is here, but it's going to be there, okay? And we'll make that red. I know this is old rules. You don't really need to concern yourself with this, but the point I'm trying to make. Like, this is 9 inches. Okay? Because this is alpha rules. God, this pen's so thick. Alpha rules. Just to clarify, this isn't now. Because I know people are going to be like, actually, no, you measure to the hull. And it's like, please, for the love of God, listen to what I'm saying. But the point is they changed the hull rules, because if I rolled on some dice, you know, if I rolled on some dice, a 6 and a 3, they're my numbered dice, all right? This unit can move 9, but it can't make it to the Raider's base, okay? So if we start from this one, moving 9 would get it in combat, but it can't stand on the Raider. You don't measure to the Raider in alpha rules. So you have to go this way, which is more than 9, because this is the way they would have to charge. They would have to go this way, and then around here to there to get into base contact, or into 1 inch, which is probably more than 9. Okay? So this terminate... it's on the same layer. Chat, you get the point, okay? It would have to go around. So they made it measured to hull in 1.1. 1.1 measured to hull. So you go to there. So that, and then there'd be 9 inches, okay? You get the idea. But loads of people are like, kind of say, like, why don't they say that anything with the base is measured from the base? Like, that's why, you know, this changed for this reason. But it was like a year ago, right? It was like over a year ago. And it's like, these are all the top comments. Obviously, all the angry comments are probably like at the bottom now. This is toxic gaming. The rules for determining charge. You measure the charge distance. You don't move them all until you confirm that you can pivot distance during the charge is relevant. But it's not irrelevant. You know? We need more key jingle. I don't even know where to put them. Where did I put my keys? Oh, they're over here. Oh, they're on the man bag. Listen! So, like, this is the thing. Like, ultimately, I don't have it in me to have the goal to watch a video which explains how a rule works and then go to a comment section and actually be like, no, you're wrong. When, if I was completely wrong, why would GW, or GW events team in particular, work with the GW rules team and make a rules change, you know? Like, why can't pivot in the charge phase? Why not? Why not? It was changed shortly after. It was changed shortly after the event we both went to. I maybe speak to one of the rules team. Yeah, like, that was one of the big things. It was like, the event we went to, again, it was like a month into 10th. The one I won with Deathwatch. The one I won with Deathwatch is that same rule came up, so they changed it then, and then that was when they did the big change of everything. They changed Eldar, they changed Deathwatch, they changed the core rules, they changed loads. You know? Isn't that what happens with all your rules videos? You always bring everyone out of the woodwork. Yeah, but I just don't get it. Like, it does happen. It happened a lot at the start of 10th. But, like, this is like a rule that's been out like a month, you know? It's been out like quite a while. So I was like really put out, basically. So I went to Twitter, as I do, and I asked an important question, okay? My video released today, it just showed me that most people don't actually know how 40k works. Okay, the point being is like loads of comments telling me I'm wrong about what I would consider personally. Again, this is all from my point of view, like very basic rules concepts of like how a charge works, you know. And also, if I'm explaining a rule on screen, unless you're coming back at me with rules quotes, you know, that are correct, then I don't understand why you'd say someone's wrong on the internet. You know what I mean? Like, why would I sit here on my almighty platform and make myself look that stupid? If I got something wrong, then yeah, but also, unless you're checking and saying, actually, no, it should work like this, then. But I said, is that, so, most people don't know how 40k works. Is that because most people don't want to learn, or because the game is too complex to understand? Honest question. And I thought it was an honest question, and it was like it was like, not my best tweet in the world, but it did pretty high. But it did a lot. It got a lot of likes, got a lot of interactions, 51 comments, you know. And it had a lot of people talking. There's a type of player who wants to buy an army like 1 to 2 3 now, perfectly playable in the same way 20 years later. They want to already know how to play and never have to learn. Which I totally understand, which is why I said, what if they want to play a 20-year-old army, why do they worry about new stuff? And I think this is like something that people really struggle with. There was an article by Games Workshop the other day regarding Age of Sigmar called Casual Match Play, which essentially explained the difference between match play and casual match play, where they define match play as tournament play and casual match play as matched games with your friends where you can use legends and just have a good time, you know? It's a matched game, a balanced game with each other, but the whole point is that it's not a tournament game, okay? It's not using tournament rules. It's using match play rules for casual people, where you use legends, where you use things you don't normally use, you know? You can kind of just have a good time with it. And this is like something that is so obvious, but also people don't do all the time. It feels like everybody is obsessed with playing the latest thing, you know, the brand new rule set, the brand new models, the brand new codex and stuff. And it feels like that nobody dares ever play anything other than the latest, like the most up-to-date rules. I think Mercenary said it in our Discord, especially our Discord in chat, said it best. It's kind of like the video game idea, where it's like, if you're not playing up to date, then you're not really playing. Whereas once rules have been published and wrote down and you've got them in your hand, you don't have to change anything about them. You can play indexes for the rest of your days if you want to. If you want to play 10th edition indexes, use the core rules, use the Pariah Nexus or the Leviathan mission pack and play just indexes, you can do that, you know. You can play older editions. You can play, you know, only codex. You use old codexes in the new edition. You know, you can play most of the edition, but use an old codex which has like a ballistic skill table and a toughness chart and stuff like that. But I think there's like a weird mismatch of people playing tournament games and playing casually, right? I think people want to play a lot of tournament games, but also people want to play casually, and I feel like they cross over way too much. Where really, not to be like, we should segregate or whatever, like, ultimately, if you're looking for a casual game, you should get a casual opponent. If you're looking for a competitive game, you should get a competitive opponent. And I feel like that's like lost sometimes. But like, because a lot of people start saying is like the rules change too much for me to compete, you know, keep up or whatever. Like Non Queen Kaya said, 8th was really easy to get people into the game itself. 9th and 10th have been far more difficult. I know it's not just my experience because people argue me online about Warhammer often their sites in 8th edition. Game is both long and complex. It's a lot for onlookers. And they also said to say it's strange too because 10th isn't perfect. My best guess is the rules change far too often. And it throws people off. I was helping a newbie in Discord yesterday about CSM just to find out they're using index rules still. And I'm like, kind of like what I said here. If they're playing a 20-year-old land, why do they care? You know? Like, casually, if you want to play, you don't have to keep using the update. You know? And it seems like a lot of people saying, I got bored about the cycle of making and breaking rules every 3 months about 10 years ago. Like, alright, yeah, fine. And a lot of people basically saying it's a downside of regular FAQs, you know? I play varying frequency, so each time it takes time to remember what happens and when. There's an element of complexity. The game is not too polite. People can't learn, fair enough. A lot of people basically saying it's really hard to keep up. But I don't... Ultimately, people don't need to keep up. I think there's like a level of... I think there's definitely a level of making it okay to play a game that's not been FAQ'd or like not had an FAQ for a while, playing a version of the game from like a year ago if you play only once every couple of months, you know? If you play once every couple of months, I think it's okay if you play a game that is fundamentally broken with broken rules that don't really work too often. Much, let's say, let's say this Raider charge, for example. Let's say measuring to the base is that you've never learned that you don't measure to the hull, you measure to the base, right? And then you come up with this weird situation of, like, not being able to charge. If you play once every 4 months, is it that big of a deal that one time you couldn't charge? And then you go, oh, actually, you can now, you know? Is it that big of a deal that you're not playing the most up-to-date thing? Like, and again, I'm not trying to sit on a soapbox and say, this is what I think you should agree with me. I am asking that question, you know, like, do you need, is it fundamentally necessary for you to enjoy 40k to play the most up-to-date version of the game if you only play once a year, you know? Because, yeah, in a year's time, right, there'll have been at least 4 balanced data slates. There'll have been probably, let's say, 12 codexes, or 10 codexes, you want to be like, one every other month or whatever, you know? There'll be a lot of changes before you play again. If you only play once a year, you will play 3 times before the edition changes. Does it matter if those 3 times you play something's a bit unbalanced? Because ultimately, you're not playing enough to make these competitive, like, ideological... that's not the word I'm looking for. You don't play enough to make these super enhanced tactical decisions on the battlefield. You bring out your big tank and shoot the big thing that's running at you, you know? It's very... Because, like, because you don't play often, you're not going to be, like, thinking about how to better your army next week against your opponent and with this new FAQ or whatever. If they've got a really broken unit from a year ago and it's not being updated, but you only play once a year, does it matter if that one unit's really broken? Does that matter, you know? That's what I'm trying to, like, understand. Because if I only played... I played Dark Souls a lot, right? But I also only play it, like, once every couple of years. I don't update it. I don't need to. I play offline, you know what I mean? I play single player. I don't need to sit and update it. Because what's going to change? One thing... One weapon's a bit too strong. Does that matter if I'm playing once every 6 months or whatever, or once a year? You know, I don't like Star Wars Shatterpoint. I don't play that super often. I don't follow the FAQ updates. Now, I'm in a weird position because I play on the channel, right? And when I play on the channel, I like to make sure I'm playing the most up-to-date popular game. But if I'm playing Shatterpoint casually, I'm just going to grab the box I've got with the rules I've got and play with those. If I'm going to play Star Wars Legion, which I've got there, you know what I mean? There's a new edition coming out. Now, yeah, I might jump on the new edition, but have I checked all the updates since then? No. I haven't played it in 2 years. And if I was having a casual game with someone who's not playing in 2 years either, we'd probably play the same game that we played 2 years ago. And, like, that seems to be, like, a common consensus, because I posted on Reddit as well. You know, I posted the same thing on Reddit with a little bit more, you know, pizzazz to explain what's going on. And, like, I think the main issue with 1040k is how much and how often the rules change. If you picked up Leviathan and learned to play with the included rulebook, you'd have no idea how to play the game right now. You know, having so many core rules so often means that if you don't live terminally online in the Wargaming community download section, you probably won't know that rule X changed this way or rule Y has an FAQ awkwardly worded or worded changed. You know? So, like, on one hand, playing devil's advocate, like, as I said, does it matter if you're not playing the most up-to-date rules without FAQs, you know? Like, if you only play, like, once a year, once every 6 months, does it matter that you're not playing the most up-to-date version of the game? Now, I also understand that people don't want to play the most up-to-date version. They play a little bit more often. It's a little bit more important, which I'll also go into. This whole point of this discussion isn't just to be like, just fucking ignore the FAQs, play an old version. But I'm talking about, like, I'm trying to understand, like, the mindset and, like, why. For me, that's just, like, obvious what to do. But I'm asking that question, you know what I mean? I'm gonna follow on this conversation with, well, is it too complex? Is that the issue? That's, like, the next part. But I don't want people to sit and be like, well, he's just saying don't play the FAQ, being really stupid. So let me catch up with chat. Let me catch up. This is the easiest, most simplest edition to date, guys. The rules are super easy to follow. We brought back universal keywords. Also true. Also very true, bro. Pickup games are just much easier when we play the same system, and the most common system is the new system. Also, yeah, I totally get that. As I say, like, if you're trying to play random pickup games, playing the most up-to-date version of the game is probably makes more sense. I guess because I don't really have, like, a random game group that I just play with random people. I play with people I know, or I'm playing on their channel or in a tournament, you know? I play with friends, basically. I don't really have, like, a random pickup game as such. So maybe I'm just, like, maybe I'm out of touch. Maybe the YouTuber's out of touch. But, like, so I don't... So that's not something I considered, you know, when I'm having this big rant just as I've just had. I've not had that... I don't have that experience. I don't have that known experience of, like... Like, I used to play, like, random pickup games, but this is, like, early 8th edition, you know? 9th edition, 10th edition didn't really happen. 9th edition because we're in a fucking lockdown, and 10th edition because I'm too famous to play with scrubs. That's a joke. This is why I disagree with their mission packs. I thought mission packs were going to simply be expansion sets to the core game rather than FAQs described as new missions. I guess some of the cards have been carried over, but that happens with most things, right? You know? You see some new game modes come out on a multiplayer game, they usually bring the favorites over. So... I was thinking about this a lot today. I think the other problem is that there's very few casual focused YouTubers. I disagree. I think there's a lot of casual focused YouTubers. I think a hell of a lot of casual focused YouTubers. I think there's way more casual focused YouTubers than there are the competitive YouTubers. You know, if you think like let's spam him in chat now. You know, all the other channels you watch and ignore when I'm live. You know, like how many other like competitive Warhammer YouTubers are there? There's me, arguably. I'm probably like I'm like in the middle ground. I would say I'm like on the line. I like bounce up and down all the time. There's Vanguard Tactics. I would say that's pretty casual competitive, but I guess they do tournament. They talk about tournaments. You know, there's Art of War, and then maybe Auspex because they do like cover like news. Think of like casual YouTubers. There's Liam, there's Tabletop Titans, there's Tabletop Tactics. That's just 3 off the top of my head which are pretty casual. You know? Play on Tabletop, another casual one, yeah. Peachy's casual, yeah, I totally agree. Doesn't really do like much gaming content though, you know? But then if you look like Miniac does like gaming content, he's very casual. Eons of Battle does gaming content kinda. Doesn't really talk, no, probably not, more hobby focused. There's loads of like casual channels. But yeah, the competitive ones have more diverse gaming content, a lot more gaming content because there's more going on. Winters, yeah, another example. Most gaming content is casual, else it's analysis with comp-play. Yeah, I agree. Hot take, FAQs are fine. The way they're implemented is terrible. If they just ensure the app was always up to date, then whenever you check it's current. Is the app not up to date? I always use the app, you know? Like, yeah, you get stuff locked behind paywalls now. That's the problem with it, right? But, like, core rules, your army, it has all of it, and it's pretty up to date. The app is often missing stuff. Yeah, somehow it's not noticed. The app is 100% not up to date. Still hasn't changed the captain stratagem change from the last FAQ. Yeah, that's a shit one, to be honest, because technically the data sheet hasn't changed. They've just said that the way this rule is written, you actually don't use it, which is very stupid. You know? Actually very stupid. Because it's like, whenever it says use a stratagem for free, and use it on another unit, it actually means -1 CP. Which is obviously like silly. People want to be playing properly, and Games Workshop have presented the competitive tournament meta as the most up-to-date version and therefore properly. Like, honestly, yeah. Yeah, I totally agree. I totally agree. Also, Wraithbase, thanks for becoming a member, bud. Really appreciate you. Make sure if you haven't already, join the Discord. Discord in chat. And thank you for thanks for the membership. I appreciate Alheim pointing out. I completely missed that. The problem is with my new chatbot is when I'm reading it doesn't show alerts. Isn't that because the Cap 2 strategy change only applies to Pride Nexus? No, it applies to all Warhammer. But it's in the balance data slate. You know? I agree with this comment about playing properly, you know, which leads me on to, is the game too complex? Because the thing is with Warhammer, or 40k in particular, is that the rules are released physically and then they are updated very quickly. Which is obviously like good, because in my opinion, as someone who plays all the time, I want an up-to-date game, you know? I want an up-to-date game, and I want to make sure it keeps working. Like this pivot rule that we spoke about, that's a really good change. I really like it. I've adopted it in my own tournament, you know? Especially when it's shot, by the way. Super All-Stars 2. But, like, the thing is with it is that it happened. That's a random email. That's not really an official rule. Maybe not a great example. But things like when a codex comes out and then something changes instantly because the wording's slightly wrong. Yeah, we really need to tackle that problem at the source. The source is putting out rules that don't quite work when they get released, you know? Whether the wording's wrong, it's already out of date, or whatever. But, like, they do release physical rules, and then they are already out of date when they are released. However, once they're released, and their updates have been out, they don't change too often. They change every couple of months, you know? But does that... I guess the thing is with it, is that you are working with, like, 4 different locations. Wraithbase, thanks for the $2, man. I really appreciate it. You are working with, like, so many different, like, locations to find rules. And, like, if you're using the app, it has a lot of it. But, like, you've got, like, your rules, the core rules, the balanced data slate, your codex or index update. You've got the rules commentary if you need it. Now, you're not going to need this all the time. And again, a lot of the time, even if you're playing something wrong, you're probably not going to notice it. It doesn't matter too much. But if you are wanting to play the perfect game of Warhammer, which it doesn't exist, but, you know, you do you, there is so much to look up and so much to be aware of and where to find that it maybe is too complex, you know? And everyone's kind of saying, like, yeah, we need digital versions of the rules. We kind of have digital versions of the rules via the app. And personally, I don't know much better ways to publish those rules, you know? Like, if you have it, like, outside of an app that gives you the rules updates and it's mostly there, like, what else could Games Workshop do for, like, an electronic rule set? Without just going, the rules should be free, all right? Yes, the rules should be free. But let's say they are free and they're via the app. I don't understand. I think, like, what else could they be doing? Because I don't know. Like, what else could they be doing to make these digital rules better, you know? Because I think the ultimate problem, and again, what a lot of these comments are, you know, like this one, talking about the captain's data sheet, it's changed. Where if I check the captain's data sheet in the 4K app, it's the same wording. It's had since the codex dropped. That's because they wrote that rule, and the new vet, the stratagems are more expensive within 12. They've decided that they're going to leave the rule as it is, but then change how the rule works, even though the whole point of having rules is so you look at the rule, it tells you what it does. But they're going, like, if it says this, it actually functions like this instead, which is, like, weird. But a lot of people are just like this comment, just saying everything needs to be free. And I'm like, yeah, on one hand, I agree with you, but, like, I don't know if there's this, like, if this particular instance is the argument for it. You know, like, I don't know if making all the rules free is, like, a good argument, because what does that change? Now all the rules are free, you've still got, like, 5 places to look, you know? Complexity. A lot of complexity comes from poorly worded rules and interactions between rules by different people. It's often hard to understand how 2 rules interact, and there are updates, erratas, FAQ. Sometimes it can be really hard to actually be playing the game correctly, which I totally agree. And again, when you've got, like, these different places to look, it just feels frustrating, you know? That would be fine to have all the rules via the app, as then it wouldn't conflict with printed rules. Yeah, I think like conflicting is probably a good point as well. Too long didn't read on my opinion. Veterans with 10 plus years of 40k gaming experience get way more rules wrong than 10th edition newcomers because they mix up rules from past editions. I guess so. Like, people, I do that all the time, to be fair. I remember stuff from previous editions, and then I'm like, oh, actually, that's wrong. Is that everybody? Maybe. I read the rules once in 5th edition, and you shan't make me do it again. Also true. Rules are spread out between 4 to 5 different documents: index rules, codex rules, core rules, FAQ errata, rules commentary, the little booklet that comes in Leviathan/Prime Nexus cards. Some of these rules require you to pay to access them, so just know where to look is a challenge. Small changes that can affect the game in unpredictable ways. The pivot value, the base must base if possible rules. Whether or not a strat is a battle tactic suddenly becoming relevant, so game knowledge from the last data slate is probably mostly right, but maybe not. And one per, it can be tough to know where to let you go wrong. I understood the first bit. I understood the first bit. What does the rest of that sentence mean? Conjecture. Most players don't actually play 40k that often. I only play once a month or so, which means I may only get 2 or 3 games in for a given data slate. So there are a lot of rules changes that might be super significant to the game overall, but that I, as an individual player, may never encounter. So why should people bother keeping up with the minutiae of rules that changes that may not encounter? Which is kind of like my point. Like, if you only play like 2 to 3 times every 3 months, do you need to worry about the latest update, or can you just use like the one from 6 months ago? You know. Well, we had one in January, and we're not playing any new codexes, so we can just keep playing the same game. Type vibe. But that's just like, maybe people don't want to do that. I was under the impression in my point, this is just talking about me, not be me talking about this, saying, hey, I'm talking about this pivot, and me saying everybody's wrong, and then every comment being like, actually, if I'm 9 away and you only charge 8, that means you're 1 away. Like, shut up. I literally showed you the video. Guys, I know about the pivot cheats. That's why I said barring every pivot shenanigans. What? You can't say barring any pivot shenanigans when the whole point of the argument is about pivoting. Except for this one crucial thing. How do you do it? Like, all right, well, without the crucial thing, you can't make. You know? Without that really crucial bit, you actually can't do it. Oh, well, why are you worried about it then? Well, what about the crucial bit, the pivoting? Is 40k too hard to keep up with? I don't think so. Is it too hard to keep up with, chat? It doesn't help that they change the core rules often and without thinking, going through the changes that these impact, which is a prime example of the Raider and other vehicles on round bases that are flying. It felt like pivot, because obviously these are rhinos, an example, is like a great example of an interesting rules change to make the game easier. But then they forgot half the armies that are available and just went, oh shit, it actually works for every model that's on a round base. Holy shit, they're getting 7 in charge of that deep strike. The way the date slate is handled has been tripping people up for years now. People really struggle with the concept of the rule only exists if it's on the slate, so when rules disappear from it. Yeah, Games Workshop really need to adopt a strike through like they do in Age of Sigmar. 40k to rules team. Need to adopt a strike through. It's something that, like, basically, us influencers get like sometimes I have meetings with like GW, like big updates like the Battle's data slate. And we're always like, hey, where's the strike through gone that you did once? We really like that. You know? And it's kind of like, it's just like, basically, a lot of people saying the game updates too much, which leads me on to my argument of like, if you don't play often, why are you so bothered about playing the most up-to-date version of the game? It's okay to not to, but also I understand people don't want to do that. However, 3 months ago, there was also a video by my good friend, who I've only spoken to on Twitter. My good friend, Goobertown Hobbies, okay? You obviously all know Goobertown Hobbies, casual Warhammer player, okay? They released a video called 40k. Warhammer 40k is not for casual players. And I thought we could take a look and I could maybe learn about people who play casually, you know? If like I could learn about like the insight, because the thing is with it is, again, I'm silly competitive 40k YouTuber. I'm out of touch because I'm always up to date, you know. I spend every day in forums, in Discords, talking about competitive 40k, right? Whether it's my Discord or someone else's, whether it's a Reddit post that I made or someone else's. I'm in it all the time because I'm constantly looking for videos to make. I'm constantly looking for like interesting topics. But like, not everybody is, you know, people have jobs and whatever. Jobs, families, etc. They don't play all the time. So like, I'm trying to define, like, I don't know if empathy is the right word. I currently don't have any because I'm like, well, fucking just read it, you know? Just read it, get good, scrub. But maybe Goobertown can teach me something about like being on the other side of it, you know? Issue is if you don't play the most up-to-date version of the game. My chat's not updated. If you don't play the most up-to-date version of the game, it's often less balanced. That's my point. You are not playing competitively if you don't play the most up-to-date version. Does it matter that one thing's really broken? You know, unless your mate's going out and running 3. But if your mate's going out and running something that's really something that's really broken when you only play once every couple of months, maybe find a new person to play with. You know. My point being is, no, you're not playing the most balanced version of the game. But you don't play enough to make the most balanced decisions in a game. So you're going to do stuff that's going to make you lose your units for no reason. You're going to make terrible tactical decisions because you don't play the game often enough to know, like, fully understand and be, like, really in it to understand, to know what's going on. So, like, yeah, like, if you barely play, balance isn't a problem. Again, like, in a video game, if a gun's really broken online, that's really shit. But if you don't play online all the time, you just play with friends in custom games, does it matter? Oh shit, he got a sniper rifle again. Let's kill him. Let's gang up on him. You just play with mates. It doesn't... what I'm trying to say is, if you don't play that often, does it matter if a particular thing doesn't work properly? If a particular thing is a bit broken? You know? So yeah, that's my point. If you don't play very often, things being unbalanced have less of like an impact in your game because you aren't playing the best game. You know, you're not playing with 2 hyper competitive armies that are super like chiseled down. You're just playing with some models, you know, and having a good time. And then only if you don't know how something works, you need to look it up. Because some of us don't have a group of mates, so we don't get to play often. So if I get a game every other month with someone at a local club, I have to be able to play the latest rules. Which, yeah, Sean, I totally agree. Now, I said that's not something I'd really like thought of because that's not something I personally do. I play with friends and I play with tournaments or whatever. So I'm always like, but I also play quite often. I play every few days, if not once a week at least, you know. So yeah, that's something I'd not considered. I was like, if you're just playing with your friends every couple of months, does it matter? But ultimately, what it feels like is not everybody does just play with like a particular group of friends. They play at a local club and they're all playing whatever. But then again, if you're playing at a local club and getting random pickup games and you're always having to play the latest rules, is that a good club to be playing casually at? You know? Because if they're playing every week for like tournaments, you're like kind of like a casual. Again, this is the whole thing between casual and competitive match play. If you're not playing very often, should you? Not that I'm not saying that like you as a person is a problem, but like should you be going to these local clubs where they are playing loads, you know. I guess that's what I'm trying to say. You know, are local clubs where they only play the latest stuff because they're like playing tournaments and play week in, week out, is that the right club that people who don't play that often should be going to, you know? Is there a pride element of not wanting to be seen as casual? This is a really good question. I think the thing is with it is, if you had asked me this before I started like asking all these questions and trying to like understand the community I'm making content for, because ultimately that's my problem, right? If I put out a video explaining rules interaction, everyone just sits there and tells me I'm wrong. I'm trying to work out whether that's me not explaining something well enough, you know, and not explaining the situation, whether it's the community or the people watching don't understand the situation, or whether it's just wrong, which in this instance, it's not number 3, because the situation we're talking about, I was correct. And I'm not trying to sit and be like, well, I am right and everyone has to believe me. But like, is it because I'm not explaining it very well, or is it because the game's too complex so people can't actually keep up anymore? You know? But in terms of like your question, is there a pride element? Yeah, if you'd asked me like 4 days ago, then yeah, I would say yes, there is like an element of people not wanting to be seen as like casual players. And I feel like it's kind of like very playground. Well, I want to be part of the cool kids club that everyone's playing the tournaments and playing all the time and petting new models or whatever. If you don't play often, you don't ever feel you'll lose and get completely stomped because your army is just worse than the enemies no matter what you do. Makes you want to play even less. Yeah, I don't know if that's just I don't know if that's like not using the latest rules thing or just in general. Because something like GSC are just shit and they're brand new, you know what I mean? And they've always been shit in this edition. I got stomped a lot because I made fun lists and people in my 2 locals played good armies. No one wanted to play casually, so I found a different hobby. Yeah, like, ultimately, I feel like this is the thing, right? Because, like, a lot of people who play in local clubs play competitive style games all the time. Because Games Workshop have obviously pushed for, like, this match play. They've obviously pushed their way into competitive play. And I do see this quite a lot of people feeling like they've been pushed out from playing because they don't play tournaments, right? And I feel like that is something that like resonates with a lot of people. I don't think that like you're alone in feeling that. Is that the focus on competitive match play has made people forget about casual match play, which is their new terminology they're working with. Open play, you know, play whatever you want. And it's like, there's been, it feels like, because I have this conversation and these things come up all the time when I'm making this sort of content, is that it feels like there's like definitely like a lost in translation of like people who play all the time and looking to improve their skill set as a gamer, and people who just want to pick up and roll some dice and make their models do cool things that they're read in books, right? And that boundary is ultimately, and sadly it is a boundary, but that boundary has disappeared to a point where they keep crossing over, where competitive players are trying to improve their skill set as a gamer, as a player, because that's what ultimately a lot of people find enjoyment in, which is not a problem. It isn't an issue. Reading the rulebook is fine. And people who just want to play casually, you know? And again, not play casually, and I've just been asked. Casually doesn't mean playing bad on purpose, but it's also bringing the army because you like the models in it, and you build the army in a certain way because that's what you want to play, and you are there to improve your skills and knowledge of the game. You are there to roll dice, have fun, move models. I guess rolling dice and have fun is what the other person doing as well. It's really bad terminology. You don't build your army and think about the game as a game to be won. You build your army because you like the stuff in it. You build the army because you painted a new unit and you want to use it. And you just want to put them on the board and move them around and shoot stuff, you know? Because that's what the models are there to do. They're there to move around and shoot stuff. You aren't there to tactically think about how to score as many points as possible so your opponent has less than you at the end of the game. Because that's what a competitive player is thinking, you know? When I'm playing, because I'm quite competitive, and Warhammer has become my competitive outlay. It used to be online video games. Now it's Warhammer. I'm thinking, I've brought these units because they're really good at doing certain things in the game, and it isn't usually going to kill stuff. It's usually holding ground, movement, to do actions and stuff like that. When I'm looking at a game, that's what I'm thinking. I'm thinking, how do I score 100 before my opponent can stop me? And how do I stop them scoring 100 as well? That's what I'm thinking when I go into a game because I'm a competitive player. Whereas a casual player is not thinking about that. They want to put models on the board. They want to move around and shoot stuff and maybe score some points, you know? They want to win. Everybody wants to win. There's a game of winner and loser, right? You know? When you play Call of Duty, when you play Halo, when you play whatever, we're all there playing to win. We're all there playing to win, but the methodology of getting there is very different between two different types of people. A competitive player and a casual player. A competitive player is building their list to maximize how many points they can score. That's how called being competitive. You're trying to score the most points because that's how you win. Whereas a casual player just wants to turn the Xbox on and shoot some dudes, all right? And if they win, fucking win. You know? Am I on the right track? I feel like I am. But I'm not so sure. I've ranted for like 10 minutes, so I do apologize. No one really plays 40k casually and regularly, not people who go to stores, clubs, tournaments to play. People who play their mates at their own house, maybe, but they don't really engage online. And maybe are they the people that are watching videos and telling everyone they're wrong, but they're not? You know? Yeah, because I guess I've got a couple of friends who play pretty casually, but they also go to tournaments. So I wouldn't say they're casual players. I'd say they're casual tournament players, which is like a boundary, right? You got like casual. You got like no idea what's going on. You know, no idea what's going on. Dave from Mini Wargaming, love him to bits. No idea what's going on. You've got like casual. You've got casually competitive. So people who play it quite relatively often. You know, once a month, once every couple of weeks, maybe goes to events to roll some dice. And then you got competitive, and then you got like uber competitive or whatever. But like competitive is like one thing. People who go to tournaments are looking to improve their skills as a gamer, you know? The issue is that unless it's a tournament, you're actually playing casual match play, narrative, or open matches. I would argue you've got like a weird vibe of like competitive match play and casual match play are two different things, which I think Games Workshop need to really push. They really need to sort that out, because I think competitive match play is like me going down to my local store to play someone to practice for an event that's coming up in 2 weeks. You know, if I was said like, Angron, let's have a game. You know what I mean? We wouldn't be playing casually. We'd be like analyzing each other's moves, maybe helping each other out and being like, maybe you should do this, maybe you should redraw here, maybe do this strat or whatever. Also, I'd love to play you. But just the first name that I saw when I looked. But that could be anybody, right? Like, if you go to tournaments quite often, then when we play, we're going to be like casually competitive, but like more competitive. Whereas people who don't go to tournaments but play week in, week out are playing casual match play. And I like that Games Workshop made this distinction, but I feel like open play was the idea for that, and they just cocked it up. Yeah. A casual player is more at the table to chat and roll dice and not necessarily there with an optimized list and thinking about every tactical move. Yeah, exactly. Because I think like a competitive player could take any list they want, but as soon as they're starting to think, how do I score the most points? You know, how do I stop them doing this? You're starting to get a bit competitive, you know? But ultimately, you can be like a casual player who's doing that. But then if you're taking like an optimized list and playing badly, you're being a bit competitive. If you're playing a casual list or like a fairly unoptimized list and thinking about how many points to score and how to deny your opponent's score, you played a bit competitively. Excuse me. Playing truly casually is you are just not really it's very surface level of like playing the game, right? I need to move on to objective. It's fucking normal. Moving off objectives to do shit is like casual, you know what I mean? Excuse me. Does the game have to be different between casual and comp? No. When I play chess, great example, I'm like, oh, I can take him over there. I don't think too far ahead. I don't go and learn every opening move. But if I was playing chess competitively, I'd go and learn what a London Open is or whatever. Excuse me. I would go and learn what a London Open is. If I'm playing casual chess with someone else who doesn't play too often, and I pull a London Open, I'm going to smash every time. I'm playing competitively. But if it's two people playing chess and one of us wins because I moved my king in the wrong place, that's pretty casual, you know? But yeah, but I think people, as you've kind of brought up yourself, I think the thought of like playing casually is very much tied to playing the game badly, which I think brings us back to the pride thing, right? You know? I think that brings us back to the pride aspect of well, you're playing badly, so you're a casual player, which I don't think is the case. You don't always have to play badly, but it could be. I think it can come across as like more fluky than anything. My point is, it sounds like the real difference is simply the mindset of the player. 100%. Like, how do you go into a game? Like, I'm trying to organize a game with a friend, right? He's been my friend for basically, well, since I was 16. But for as long as I can remember, okay? And we started playing Warhammer together like 14 years ago because we're really old. Unk moment. You know? But like, I play all the time. They haven't played 10th yet, you know? I'm not going to go in with a competitive mindset. I'm going to go in with like, I'm going to fucking take some cool shit. I'm going to ask him what he wants to play against. And I'm going to push him around, you know? I'm going to stand up a unit on an objective, don't get me wrong. I'm going to draw some cards. Can I do that? No. I'm not going to be like, right, okay. Next turn, I have the chance of drawing X, Y, Z, and if they come up, I really need to score them, so I need to make sure I kind of set up for them, you know? I'm not going to, like, do that. I'm just going to move my models around and have a good time, you know? I'm going to shoot some stuff. I'm going to kill some shit. That's kind of like what's going to happen. I'm not going to go and, like, play super competitively. I'm going to play casually. I'm going to draw cards. Can I score these this turn? Nope. Or, yeah, you know, if I can, I'll go and do it. That's playing casually. You know, I'm not thinking about the game too in-depth. I'm playing at a very surface level. I'm going in, I'm picking up my controller and shooting some guys, you know? Again, like the COD reference. Casual plays open war cards, playing to have fun. You can still play to have fun in a competitive way, making optimal decisions. Yeah, definitely. I don't think it's limited to just like open war cards. I do think you can play casually with like Pariah Nexus or whatever, or Leviathan or anything. But yeah, I think it's like a mindset thing, and like again, managing expectations and managing other people's expectations when you ask for a game. You know, like when you ask for a game, you go, I've not played in like 4 months. I don't want to play against a tournament army. You know, I don't want to be tournament practice. And someone turns up and brings a tournament army, is looking for tournament practice when you ask specifically not for it, then they're an issue. You know, that's a problem. But if you go on a game and you don't specify what sort of game or mindset you're looking for, yeah, like, like, it's managing expectations of you as an opponent and them as a player. They need to make sure they manage your expectations. If they say, I want X, Y, Z, and they bring A, B, C, then they're the issue, right? But if you don't say you want X, Y, Z, and they bring A, B, C, you're the issue for not asking for it. GW just really needs to push the casual play side of the hobby, like give the people a feeling they care about it, and not everyone has to play competitively. Yeah, I agree, which is why, again, in this article by GW where they mention casual match play, I mean, that's a step in the right direction, you know. I definitely think it's a step in the right direction. Anyway, let's do some React Andy. Let's have a look what Goobertown Hobby has to say. Now, it's a 50-minute video. I don't think I'm going to watch it all, but they said 40k is not for casual players, and I've not watched it. I've had a skim through. I've listened to some odd bits, but I've not watched it all the way through. But yeah, I thought maybe this could like lead some insight to me as a content creator to what is ultimately, when I make content, I make it with the mindset of like, well, everyone plays tournaments who watches, but that's not the case. So anyway.
Welcome to Goobertown Hobbies. My name is Brent. I have a story for you today. So about a year and a half ago, my friends and I decided to run an escalation league for Warhammer 40k, and I thought this would be a great topic for a video. So
escalation league, straight off the bat, great time to play casually. Nobody knows what's going on. They buy a starter box and they play. That's casual gaming.
So I filmed all of my painting, I filmed the games, I wrote a script, I recorded a voiceover, I edited the dang thing, and then I never released it. This video did not appear on my channel. Now, the reason for this is because the video was kinda grumpy, kinda bitter. You know, it started out like a normal video, and then as it went along, I just got more and more sour. And I decided I didn't want to put that kind of energy out into the world, so I sat on it, and that video has never been seen by anyone other than me. Until now. So I've been looking back at the video, and I think it's pretty funny, and I want people to see it now. So to be clear, before we go any further, I love hanging out with my friends. I enjoyed the actual game days, but the worst part of the game days, for me, was the actual game, and I want to talk about that.
He's such a delightfully pleasant person. He is. I would love to meet Brent. We interact a couple of times on Twitter. He followed me back on Twitter once, and I kind of like schoolgirl giggled. You know what I mean? I kind of was like, Goobertown followed me back. And, you know, he watches my videos. I watch his videos. We leave comments at each other. It's really cute. I'd love to, like, meet him and have a chat to him, because I bet he's... Well, I think he shows a lot of himself on camera. But I reckon he's a fucking legend as well. Watching him in that one-page rules battle report, I saw a different side to Goobertown. I saw the... He says he's casual. I saw the competitive side to him one-page rules, and I'd love to chat to that person.
I think this Escalation League is a good introduction into the topic of different types of gamers, different types of players, and why we like some games but don't like others. So we are going to get deep into that. But first, let's open up the Goobertown vault and let's play that previously unseen video. Roll tape. Welcome to Goobertown Hobbies. My name is Brent. Today we're painting minis and playing games. An Escalation League is supposed to be a good way to learn a game and get an army ready for the table. It's a series where you start with a small force and you gradually build to larger and larger games until you have a full army. In this video, I'm going to escalate my Dark Eldar and show you the highlights for the first couple of games. My friends have cycled...
He's like always painting Dark Eldar, isn't he? I wish I had the skill set of Brent of being like making 7 videos in just with Space Marines in, because I just like run out of ideas so fast. Brent has a natural talent of being able to paint similar models from similar armies in multiple videos. Did you ever see the video in where he used Space Marine's fishing lures? Yes, I did. So good. Was it the Dark Angel the best one or something? Great time.
Circled back into Warhammer 40k, and they invited me to join in and give it another shot. It's been a few years since we've played, so that means that all of the rules are completely different, and we each had to spend $100 on new rulebooks. Now we'll see if that makes the game more fun or less fun.
So first off the bat, this is obviously this video came out 3 months ago, a year into 10th edition. The video we're watching now, the video within the video, is 9th edition, which inherently, historically, you could say, is an edition that people did not get on with at all because of the rules changes, the updates, especially Dark Eldar, Custodes, Harlequins, basically an entire codex rewrite via FAQs. That was not a good time. So I kind of have a vibe where this is going. I feel off the bat initially, I feel like the video, some of the things in the video will be relevant, but some of it might not be relevant, you know, because of like the fact that it's a different system now. But that's just my opinion going into it.
My pals have some minis to paint that they acquired during COVID times, and I've got my own pile of shame that goes much farther back. What we have here is a chance to make a dent in my collection of unpainted and half-painted minis. So here's my pile. Well, some of it. I acquired this in various eBay and Craigslist deals about 5 years ago.
But 10th edition isn't much better with AdMech getting the codex rewrite already. Well, no, true. True, but yeah, like if you like had to go like historically bad editions, people would, I would say casual players would say 9th, even though I liked 9th edition.
Since then, I've done some basing and priming, and have tested out some color schemes. But
what we've learned, again, I'm going to be pausing this because I don't want to just be sat here watching the video and give you like a 3-second rundown afterwards. It's all about reacting during the video, right? I've learned, even though I personally liked 9th edition, that doesn't mean everybody did. That's what this stream's about. It's not I can say this, I did this, I like this, I didn't like that. But the wider community, or they may be the loud minority online, didn't. And why didn't they? That's what I'm trying to get. It's an empathetic stream, this one. Welcome to Hellstorm Empathy. Empathy time.
There is a lot of potential in here. A lot of unfinished business. My friends wanted to start with a relatively small 500-point game. So let's pick a 500-point list and pick a paint scheme. I'm of two minds on the paint scheme. For my old 3rd edition Dark Eldar, I color-coded the squads. Red squad advances, yellow...
Okay, just before I do carry on though, if anyone's seen this video, love Brent, love Brent, love his content. Is there a bit where he starts talking about like joining the rules? You know what I mean?
Yellow squad fires, green squad charges. There's a certain joy to this. I was tempted to color code my new Drukhari army.
This isn't super relevant to what I'm trying to get across, you know.
But I ended up going with something fresh. Bone armor. One of the minor color schemes from the 7th edition codex is this right here.
He does get onto the rule. Yeah, but I'm just wondering when so that I can skip forward, you know.
Here. That bone armor looks nice, and I'd love to find my own variant of this. I did some test models, and I experimented with a desert theme. I found this terracotta primer from StyleRes, and it all snapped into place. I like this combo. I'm using Sandstone Triad from Army Painter's Airline as a main color. I'm using terracotta. So all of those missing heads, airbrush. Finish my army. We've got a game mat, some nice terrain. The game changes more often than I do tack on some joke heads and embrace the shame of not being quite ready for the game. These heads are ridiculous, so I figure they'll motivate me to finish up these warriors after the game. Here's my team. Time's up, so let's go to my friend's house and play a game. The magnets will hold everybody nice and secure in the steel cake pan of transportation. The last thing I did before heading out the door was try to refresh myself on the rules. This did not go well. This was actually way more stressful than rushing to get things painted. The game changes more often than I actually play it, and this is the part of the hobby that I'm the least interested in. My friends are better than I am at reading the rules, so as always, I'm going to rely on them to keep things moving along. Thanks, friends. For these smaller games, we're playing teams of 2v2. Angie brought her Harlequins, Jim brought Adeptus Mechanicus, and Alex brought Orcs. All of their armies looked great, and I was glad to see that I wasn't the only one who hadn't quite finished painting. Perhaps we should have started with a smaller game or given ourselves a bit more lead time for painting. Whatever, it's time to play. We've got a game mat, some nice terrain, and some objective markers. I got paired with Angie's Harlequins, and we went up against the Orcs and the Admech. No Space Marines in sight. Angie and I got lucky, and we got to go first. I had 2 of my units camp on the objectives near our deployment zone, and then we made a rush for the objective in the center of the board. I don't know the ins and outs of 40k. In general, I know that holding objectives is good, Dark Lances shoot at vehicles, and Splinter Rifles shoot at troops. Oh, and command points are used for re-rolls with the big guns. That's what I do with command points. At the top of turn 1, we shot the truck out from under some Orc lads, and that was about it. The Orcs and the Admech retaliated and made quick work out of the Cabalites and the Archons in the center of the board. The good news is that some of the Harlequins survived. For the next 2 turns, there was a big scrum between the Orcs and the Harlequins fighting for that central objective. A lot of stuff died right there in the middle. I learned that the Orc boss on Wartrike is very killy, and that Clown Elves are even more killy. Some of the Admech joined in too, and it was bloody all around. A bunch of the Admech and the remains of the Dark Eldar camped on the easy objectives and took potshots at each other. By the end of turn 3, the Orcs, the Dark Elves, and the Clown Elves were all pretty much dead. Good game, good game. And
this was fun. I should play more little games like this. Playing little tiny games like this, I just don't do anymore. You know? I think Spearhead has made me want to play smaller games, even if they're like super unbalanced, but just like throwing down with like a couple of units and fucking about. I've had so much fun with Spearhead, it makes me want to do it with 40k as well. The idea of playing like a 3-hour game sometimes can just be like, you know? I don't like Brent without a slow voice. This is freaking me out. It's just so I can skip to the bit, you know? You know? Rise is the best game, is the best the game's ever been. Previously, I thought Arx Omen was the best Warhammer phase and didn't love 10th edition when it feels properly settled in. Yeah, Arx Omen was really good, like end of 9th, and then now in 10th is good. A lot of my local competitive players liked 9th more, as all the codexes breaking the game gave them a problem to solve constantly. It was all about my jank versus your jank. Yeah, definitely. It definitely became like Hero Hammer-esque, right?
Thus concluded my first game of 9th edition 40k. The Adeptus Mechanicus were victorious. That's fine. There's nothing wrong with losing to an awesome-looking army. My Drukhari had stupid heads, and they deserved what they got. If you've watched this channel before, you may know that I enjoy painting Warhammer models more than I enjoy playing the game. For me, the game is an excuse to hang out with friends, and a justification for collecting and painting all the minis. The rules for army building are a framework for organizing minis into a force that'll look cool once it's painted. Part of why I'm doing this Escalation League is to get a bit of experience with 9th edition 40k to see if I can have some fun with it. The rules for the actual game seem cumbersome and slow and miserable, but I'm gonna try to keep giving it a chance. Well, the first game is in the books, and now it's time to escalate the Escalation League. We decided that for the next game, we would each bring 750 points. I'm already a bit behind. I've got to finish my first 500 points, and try to get another 250 ready to go. First, I put some work in on the bone armor of the unfinished warriors. I had left off after a brown wash, so I re-established the mid-tone with skeleton bone. Then I mixed in a lighter color to add some highlights.
So, from the offset, he already says he doesn't want to play the game. Yeah. He's obviously not had a good time. He's brought all infantry Drukhari and then got chopped up by orcs. It's not going to be a good time, really. Because Drukhari famously bring lots of boats, you know, whether because of lore or because of just how they work on the tabletop. But if he just had his, for lack of a better term, shit pushed in for 3 turns, you know, why would you want to go and play again? So this is the thing with it, is like, when you're playing casually, you're playing at a very surface level. Brent isn't thinking, well, Drukhari have only toughness 3. Most of the game is strength 4, so they're going to be winning my army on 3s, which is a higher percentage than 4s or 5s. So I really need to consider what I paint for the next 250 points. He's just bringing models he likes. It sounded like he didn't care. I didn't get that vibe. Afterwards, it sounded like that. Yeah, I totally agree. I'm not sure about before, but yeah, it's just my thoughts anyway. So I'll just skip ahead. He's going up to 750 points. But I think I need to talk
Resilient. When one solvent fails, I use another. The paintbrush, or it'll go back upstairs. Here are the 60 warriors again. I've made a decision. I just can't help myself. I'm gonna color code the 3 squads. The butt towels are a good place to put an accent color to differentiate for my army. I sort of understand when I'm supposed to re-roll some 1s or do some additional bookkeeping when I roll a 6. Close enough. For Game 2, I got teamed with Alex and his Orc lads. We'll be fighting against Mark and his Eldar and Jim and his Admech. This is my favorite part of game day right here. Seeing my pals and seeing what they've brought for models. I feel blessed to be in a situation where my army is the ugliest one.
Those and look fucking sick.
One on the table. Alex understands that orange is the best accent color for the lads. Jim has this awesome shade of battered industrial yellow for his Admech, and the bases are perfect. And Mark has these delightful yellow Eldar with bright blue flames. I've been jealous of these for years. For me, deploying the units is the best part of the actual game. Let's take a look at the codex for a moment. Look at how cool these deployments are. Dark Eldar are rushing out to meet the enemy and do some flaying. Here's our game board. My Dark Eldar are towing the deployment line, ready to run out, grab some objectives, and meet the enemy head-on. Some of the orcs are on the line, and some are taking cover in the rubble. Our opponents Jim and Mark are lovely fellows, but they are cowards. They deployed all of their units behind Coward Rock 1, Coward Rock...
I think we can all see where this is going to go. You know? I think we all can see where this is going to go. He's got 60 Carmelite warriors, toughness 3, paper thin armor on the front line. Is that his fault? Well, yeah, kinda. Is it a problem? No. You know? No, it's not a problem. But his opponent is playing casual match play, and Brent is playing, I'm putting my models on the front line, you know? They're thinking about how to protect their models turn 1, slightly deeper than surface level, what I've been talking about this entire stream. Brent is playing surface level. I'm putting the shit on the front line because that's what I wanted to do. You know? It is a bit his fault. He showed a bunch of vehicles he didn't bring. No, I agree. That's the thing. Is it his fault that what we all know it's about to happen? Goober's going to get shot to shit and lose half his army turn 1. You know? Yeah. Is it a problem? No, it's not a problem. But his friends are playing a very different game. You know? His friends are playing a very different game to him, and that's the problem. No problem, but it's a problem to call the game bad when you don't engage with it. Also very true. I can't disagree with that at all, you know? You can't really say the game's bad if you play it very badly, but also you can say you didn't have a good time. I think there's like, again, it's like that managing expectation. Did you have a bad time? Yeah, I understand that. I can understand why you had a bad time. I'm sorry that happened. Does that make the game bad? Not necessarily. His friends don't seem like they're helping. I try not to overload my new friends, but I still try to guide them into understanding base tactics. Yeah, like, if he's bringing all infantry, that's okay. But, like, they should just be, like, yeah, behind a wall. To be fair, he's not calling the game bad. Like title-wise, he is a bit. But, like, YouTube titles, so I give him that. So yeah, let's see what let's see what's
Rock 2 and Coward Rock 3. I understand why they deployed like cowards. Alpha strikes are known to be a major problem with the whole design of this game. I too could pile my Dark Eldar behind a building for a fun and immersive tabletop experience that looks really cool, but I didn't. Turn 1. Mark and Jim went first. I lost 49 of my 60 warriors during their first shooting phase. By the time I got to do anything this game, I only had 13 models left. 11 warriors and 2 archons.
No. 49 and 60 is brutal. Casual or not, that is brutal.
13 models remaining out of 62 before I got to do anything. I should have spent more time painting those 13 and less time painting the other 49. Also, I guess I should have either won the initiative roll or deployed my troops like a coward myself. I know what you're probably thinking. If so many Dark Eldar died, that probably means there are a lot of orcs left on the table ready to avenge them, right? Wrong. The Dakajet was dead during that first shooting phase, so were most of the war bikes and all of the orc commandos, and they started the game behind heavy cover.
Yikes. Oh no. No. He was playing Admech in 9th edition. Do you remember? Do we all remember Admech in 9th edition as well? Famously, 9,100 billion shots a turn. Bit great at picking up infantry. And then he's talking about Eldar, did we say?
On the bottom of turn 1, during our first chance to actually do something, we moved forward to look cool and take some objectives.
Look at the state of those fucking Wind Riders. They would have absolutely decimated the fucking Camelite Warriors. Absolutely decimated them.
And then we turned things back over to Mark and Jim. At the top of turn 2, I lost my 2 Archon leaders and 10 of the remaining Dark Eldar warriors. So at the bottom of turn 2, I had 1 Dark Eldar warrior left. I shot a unit, I charged a unit, and I actually killed a model. This was the silver lining right here. This warrior was the last one standing. She ran out all alone and flayed a robot man. Then she died at the top of turn 3. Or did she? I like to think that she faked her own death, returned back to the Dark City with some robot parts as trophies, and then she advanced to the rank of Archon. The silver lining of this game is that we got a fun little story out of it. As my army grows, I'm going to make sure to use this head on one of my Archons to give it some real character. Anyway, good game to Mark and Jim. Mark and Jim are good lads, and their minis make the battlefield look awesome, even when they're all hiding behind rocks like cowards. So I've played 40k in 3rd edition, 4th edition, 7th edition, 8th edition, and now a couple of games of 9th edition. I've been trying for more than 20 years to like this game. I love the models, I like putting the models on the table, and I love hanging out with my friends, but I can't say that I've ever enjoyed the actual gameplay. The start of 8th was almost fun back in the simplified index days, but so far 9th edition has been kinda miserable. I'm not just talking about alpha strikes and balance issues either, I'm talking about all the special rules that slow everything down. I have a thesis brewing that the core mechanic in modern...
Again, this is like a super skewed example because Admech at this time were actually mental. They still are a bit mental. But like, I feel like, yeah, Brent could have hit his model a bit more, would have lost as many. We're talking about like the special rule, like layering. It is still an issue, but it's only exacerbated from this mindset because you play against Admech, which were like, you know, fucking, oh, because the sun was in this location, and I spat on the floor on the way in and I had a McDonald's breakfast, that my entire army gets rerolls to hit. Like, that inherently was like an extremely bad example of rules bloating 40k. And yeah, like when we talk about this situation, I understand where he's coming from completely, but it's only made worse because of the armies he's playing against. He played against Admech twice, which in 9th edition were inherently bad. Like, bad for like a gameplay standpoint. Yeah, he could have made some better tactical decisions. He could have put his stuff behind cowardly rocks, or whatever you want to call. That's fine, but his commentary regarding like rules bloat is very valid, but it's exacerbated because of Admech.
Turn 40k is muttering to yourself as you stare at your dice tray and try to adjudicate your roll. The muttering goes something like this. Reroll 1s because unit is within 6 inches of my Archon and gets the Overlord aura. Set 6s aside for 1 extra AP because of Blade Artists of Camorra. 2s become 3s because I'm Cabal of the Black Heart, so it counts as turn 3 instead of turn 2 on the Power from Pain chart, so I don't get the Flensing Fury ability. No, I do get the Flensing Fury ability. There's no reasonable expectation that an opponent will be able to follow along with any of this muttering. There's just no way unless you devote an incredible amount of time to studying this game. There are 20 armies in the game and the rules keep changing. Look, I can follow along when my opponent makes a straightforward strength versus toughness roll, but when they start adding in 3 special rules from their codex that I've never seen, well, it's just not worth the mental effort to try to stay engaged. I'll wait for them to stop their muttering, and then I'll look up from scrolling Instagram, and I'll roll however many armor save dice that they see fit to hand me.
I totally agree with that as well. Some of the times, like, fucking trying to work out what things to do, you are... I totally agree with, like, the muttering at the book and the dice tray. That's something that I'd never considered before, but it's so true. It's so true. You're just there, fucking roll a hit, right? This and this and this and this, and then I roll to wound, this and this, +1, re-rolls. That's something I'd never really considered before. It's a conversation between your book and the dice tray. That's like super, not like, I don't know if it's insightful, but that's like such an interesting way to look at it. And like, I totally agree. It is just you and your dice tray until your opponent's rolling saves. Only if they've got like a -1 to hit, then do they get involved, you know? Oh, I'm actually -1 to win, you know? I can only be winning on a 4+ during this edition or whatever. That's, yeah, I never thought about it that way, but it also is 100% that. It's you, your book, and your dice tray having the game, and then your opponent roll some saves. Wow. Great insight.
I'll take their word for it, I guess. So far, the core experience of this game seems to be looking back and forth from your rulebook to the dice tray while your opponent waits. It's minimal interaction with the game board, minimal interaction with your opponent, maximal interaction with the dice tray. Do the 6s do something special? Am I supposed to re-roll the 1s this time? Hold on, let me flip a few pages and see. I've got a bit of a rant building on how the complexity is choking the game, but I'll either bury that down inside or save it for another time. As a side note, I've talked some of my pals into giving 1-page rules a try. I'm interested to see how the feeling of playing Grimdark Future compares to the feeling of playing 40k. Okay, let's get back to the fun part of 40k.
Is why AOS is so much better is there's less of that side of the game. I think AOS still have a very similar side, but like I think 10th edition is less egregious than this time of the game. I think this is like a very much like a time capsule of 40k, right? It's like, well, it came out 3 months ago, but the game's not like this anymore. But it still has some of that aspect, but not as much. The conversation between you and your dice tray, also, yeah, very much so. But it's like not as again, it's not as egregious. It's the same, but it's not as bad. We're on the way. The more rules changes there are in the balanced data slate, rather than just making the army good or whatever, then yeah, you're on your way to there. Because I think there's a difference of like Games Workshop are trying to balance the game. The really interesting way Games Workshop used to balance the game was changing the faction secondaries, and that was an interesting way to balance an army to make it score points easier. Then they got rid of that because they didn't like faction secondaries, which is understandable. So they went to changing rules rather than changing points. I think changing points they think is like crazy concept, but I feel like that is the best way to, what I'm feeling like as a casual person, the best way a game can be balanced is with points. You know, because then the game isn't changing, just the amount of stuff you got on the table changes. So you can have more or less depending if your army's crap or not. Whereas actually, rules balance is better for the game, and rules changes are better for the game as a whole, but it makes it harder to keep up. It's basically rules layering that's the issue. Yeah, I think so. Yeah, I totally agree. I appreciate you're on a bit of a delay, but I think I probably said the right thing. It doesn't always work, but from a playing standpoint, it's the easiest, you know? Because ultimately, your army's the same. You just got more or less stuff. Counterpoint, casual players may not be able to acquire more models when points are lower. Great point, totally different subject. In our world of understanding the rules, we have unlimited money. Don't apologize ever, Kyrie. You're good. We're on the same page, I think. I just didn't want you to feel like I was ignoring you. Points is easiest. Yeah, points is easiest from a getting to the table and playing standpoint, but rules is better for the health of the game.
Well, let's paint some minis. Here's the warrior who distinguished herself as the last Drukari standing. I have at least one more of these heads floating around, so I can upgrade this lady to an Archon of high standing. This is the official Archon model from Games Workshop. This is an option, but it looks like this when it's built, so it's not a very good these warriors though. It's also much to look good. The next game,
love you, Goobs.
Pop and stuff like
I feel
that.
bad for skipping.
I'm loved on these models, and I think they look sharp. The core troops of my army are finally starting to look good. The next game is 850 points. Everybody involved wanted to...
I will say, though, I feel like I'm getting such a new, fresh understanding of like what it's like to be the repercussions of what I want from Warhammer, right? Yeah, I'm skipping because it's a 50-minute video. We love him to bits, but I'm like, I'm trying to I'm trying to look at like the point he's making with Warhammer 40k is not for casual, But I would recommend going and subscribing to him because we love him.
Slow down the pace of escalation to catch up on painting a bit. I just added an extra Archon and a few extra special weapons. I'll wait for Game 4 to bring out all the cool vehicles and stuff like that. I'm loving this bone armor. I think the individual models are starting to look cool. The only problem is that from a distance, the army sort of looks like a sea of beige. They're the least...
Is he playing against Admech again, or is it all Eldar? Rough.
Colorful models on the board. I think if I add an accent color, like a glow to the weapons or some markings on the armor, I may be able to get them to pop. No time for that.
I wonder if his previous game, if he teamed up with the Iandan, the Flame Eldar, against Orcs and Admech again, would have a completely different game. Because he's against two very good shooting armies with a combat army. Anyway.
Now though, Game 3 is upon us. Alex and I have teamed up again, and this time the Orc and Drukhari Dream Team are up against the double Eldar. Mark and Angie are both fielding Eldar. We rolled for initiative, and the Craft World Eldar are going first. We're gonna stop on this cliffhanger. Those enemy Eldars hiding back there behind Coward Rock are about to take their first turn. What'll happen next? Will the Dark Eldar make it to turn 2? Stay tuned to find out.
Nope.
Also, stay tuned to see me paint some sweet vehicles and see if we can get this army looking really nice. I'm excited to share the joy of painting with you. And who knows, maybe I'll find the joy in 9th edition 40k and be able to share that with you too. Maybe. Alright, so that was our Escalation League. Now, I don't want to leave you in suspense. Alex and I, we did lose that third game, and we lost it badly. Now, there was a fourth game in the series, and then after that, the league kind of fell apart for the normal reasons. There were work trips, Mark had a second child, congratulations. A couple of those folks got affected by a World of Warcraft expansion, and yeah, anyway, that was kind of the end of the league. We gave it a shot. Unless maybe they kept going with the league and they just stopped inviting me. That is also a possibility, in which case...
Oh god, can you imagine? Can you imagine? Brent's fucking brought... Brent's just brought fucking... we keep telling him to build his army bigger so he can win games. He's just painted more Cabalite warriors. Let's not invite him next time. That'd be so funny, but also so savage. We keep saying, hey, Brent, don't you have like 25 Venoms and 500 Raiders? And he's like, yeah, but no else I have Cabalite warriors. That fucking thought. I'm like, when you're laughing but you also feel so bad for them. Stop inviting Brent for his own sake. He kept paying exponential Cabalite warriors. Oh, it's like the fucking pasta guy. Have you all seen the pasta guy? He's like making pasta but doubling the eggs every time I do. And he got up to like 500 eggs. That's him. That's Brent, but with Cabalite warriors. Like, oh yeah, go and paint some more. It's like, go, fucking double my Cabalite warriors or pass it on. Is it this guy?
This is day 14 of my series of making a batch of pasta dough, but the
10,000 eggs.
egg yolks double every time, and for this batch, I figured I could use the help of Mr. Beast. So we decided to skip 8,000 eggs and get right to 10,000. This
is Brent, but Cabalite warriors.
By far the biggest video I've ever attempted, and I knew I was going to need a ton of help. Happy Egg donated all 10,000 eggs, and I was able to get RCN to donate nearly 600 pounds of flour. Truff donated all the pasta sauce for part 2, and Arco Baleno came in clutch with sending down some of the best pasta machines in the world for us to use. I had a huge crew of helpers.
Fucking have you guys have never seen this? It's fucking wild. The operation this place got. Long and short of it, before someone's like, "What about the waste?" He makes loads of pasta and then donates it to food charities, which is super cool. And he gets most of it free because he's getting loads of views. But
that worked nonstop to crack and separate all of these eggs. We even had to rent a refrigerated tractor trailer to make our lives a lot easier. All of the eggshells from this batch were taken care of and composted, and we were able to donate all of the excess egg whites as well. Stay tuned for part 2 to see how we donated all of this pasta, but here's a little sneak peek.
Yeah, that's Brent, but with Cabalite Warriors. That's about 300 kilograms of flour. I'm not surprised. Keith Sleazy said doubles down. That's me energy, to be fair.
I forgive you. You made the right call. Now, also not to keep you in suspense, I did keep working on the Warriors, and the bone armor is looking better than it was before, but they're still not done. I still want to find a couple of color pops to really finish them off, and I think the bases need just a little something extra that I haven't figured out yet, but someday there will be a Goobertown Hobbies video, how to paint bone armor. And I don't know when that's going to be. Might be another year and a half from now or more, but someday. Stay tuned. I'm just glad you got to see our Escalation League. But anyway, I want to dive into this issue of why it is that I haven't been able to enjoy the game of Warhammer 40k. For 25 years, off and on, obviously, I have attempted to play and enjoy this game, and I keep bouncing off of it. I've tried in like 5 different editions, and it's never stuck. And I think I finally understand what the issue is. Now, here's the hypothesis. I am a casual gamer, and Warhammer 40k is not for casual gamers. That's a bad mix. And it was hard for me to come to this.
Don't worry, I paid even more of them. That Trey's fucking he's holding it really far away from the camera. You don't realise there's another 100 Cavalry Warriors in there. Not a single venom. I just pointed that out. I just realised that. He said he had a 4th game, which probably would be 1,000 points, let's be honest. Didn't see a venom in that tray. Didn't see a raider.
Conclusion, because I don't think of myself as a casual gamer. I mean, I have a YouTube channel about miniatures. I love shopping for minis. I love painting minis. I like hanging out with my friends. I like seeing my friends' armies. I like, organizing my minis into units, organizing my units into armies. I like it when our armies are facing off against each other on some sweet, sweet terrain. I love it when our leaders end up battling on a cool piece of scenery. Like, there are a lot of things I like about the idea of Warhammer that's why I keep trying to enjoy this game. Beyond that, I like games. I like RPGs. I like customizable card games. On the computer, I like a lot of different strategy games. I like real-time strategy games. I like tactical turn-based strategy games. I really like Warhammer Total War. I really like XCOM, Enemy Unknown. These are all things that I like, so I don't think of myself as a casual gamer.
He's describing a problem that ostensibly Combat Patrol exists to fix, but it feels so lackluster compared to Spearhead now. Yeah, I totally agree. And this is also before Combat Patrol was a thing, before Boarding Patrol was a thing. I guess his mindset anyway. Because ultimately, if you've already kind of checked out, you're not going to be bothered about the new way to get into it because you've already tried it, So that's going to push him out of thinking about that sort of vibe. But yeah, it's interesting because he's saying he's casual, but he's very invested, which I think is not. I think being you can be again, it's all about this fucking labeling everyone, gamers. Why do you have to have so many labels? Are you casual? Are you casually invested? Are you heavily casual invested? Are you competitive but not invested?
But I think when it comes to 40k, I'm too much of a casual gamer. And now my definition for this is based on how many games I play per year. So here's a question for yourself. In the last year, how many games of 40k or Warhammer did you play? And my answer, I think, normally averages out to 2 or 3 games. For some people, that's going to sound like a really low number. And my understanding of the game is that's too low of a number to keep up with the rule changes. But In terms of the number of Saturdays I want to play on this game, like the number of times I want to refresh my...
Just that side comment of like 2 to 3 times a year isn't enough to keep up with the rules changes is exactly why I came to the conclusion or had that idea of if you don't play very often, keeping up with the updates is like not, it's not worth it, you know. It's not, there's no point. I think I play 100 plus games per year. I don't know how many games I play. I play probably once or twice a week, so that's 50 to 100 there, plus events. That's a lot. That's a hell of a lot.
Myself on the rules, load up my armies, drive somewhere, spend an afternoon rolling dice and playing around with a measuring tape. Yeah, about 2 or 3 times a year sounds great. I've got other stuff that I like to do. You know, a couple times a year, I want to play Magic Commander. A couple times a year, I want to do one-shots for RPGs. A couple times a year, I want to dig into one of those computer games that I like. Now, for all of those other activities, you can put them down for a year.
Hey, Liam, thanks for the raid, bud. Thank you so much for the raid. How you doing? Welcome, everybody. I'm going to be appearing with that big mug next week on Tuesday. Thanks for popping by. Thanks for coming to say hello. Welcome. If you don't know me, my name's Mikey. That's Goobertown Hobbies. We're talking about casual versus competitive play, and if being a casual is being a scrub, you know? Whether being casual is being a big fat scrub or whether it's based. That's where we're at. And also, the copy-paste is a bit cringe. Look at you. Fucking lambs to the slaughter, every single one of you. Look at you. Can't even come up with your own joke. You have to copy and paste the one from Liam? Cringe as fuck. Yikes. Yikes, bro. Welcome. Thanks so much for tuning in. Appreciate it. Also, NEL Wargaming, already painted, mate. Thank you. Got my terrain done as well, because it's compulsory to play Age Sigmar. Welcome, Liam. Thank you for the 5, mate. Really appreciate it. We're actually super close to our giveaway now. There we go. We're actually super duper close to our giveaway. We're giving away a mouse mat from Zotac Games, as well as a t-shirt. Look at all these casual players. That's so cringe. Like, you're tuning in 3 hours into a stream, so you're going to be missing out on a lot of context of what we're doing. But essentially, you've missed out on the fact that I released a video the other day about pivoting and charging, right? If you don't like in-depth rules analysis, you don't care about this video. I had so many people give me so much hate this week about like telling me I was wrong and how it was stupid. And I basically asked a question. I said, is 40k too complex? Or are people like, can people just don't want to learn it? Is it too much of a complex game? You know? To lead me on to, like, probably finding, like, a new enlightenment of maybe the game is too complex, but also then leading me to conclusion, if you only play twice a year, do you care about Balanced Data Slate? Do you need to? Probably not. But also, that's a really long conversation we have to rewind for. This is all going to get put out as a video as well, chat. So if you like, I don't want to rewind and watch a 3-hour stream. Fair enough. I'm the dickhead who's going to edit it after this. So that's where we're at. And then that led me on to Goobertown's video that he put out 3 months ago, saying Warhammer 40k is not for casual players, where he talks about his experiences of trying to learn 9th edition. Now, this came out 3 months ago, but we're like listening to what he's got to say and like having a conversation about it. But essentially, that's where we're at. We kind of like, I was like, well, if you don't play very often, do you care about balanced data slates? Do you care about rules updates? Why do you give a shit? And people have quite rightly come to me and kind of said, if I'm playing a casual game week in at a local club, I can't just go, I don't want to play the latest stuff because everybody else is already playing the latest stuff, so I've got to keep up, you know? And that's kind of like, there's like a really fast, quick fire. That's what I've been talking about for the last 3 hours. But like we've kind of did a lot. I did a fucking huge unboxing. I got a new bag. I got some new stuff to give away. So yeah. But let me say hello to everybody in chat. If you said the same thing that Liam told you, you're a lamb to the slaughter, you're a big fat sheep. Bah, bah, that's you. That's you, baby. But thank you for popping over. Liam, thanks again for the 5, mate. If you haven't already, go say hello to Liam's channel. Go and give him a sub, because I'm going to be appearing on his stream, because he's that desperate for views now. He's even calling me. All right? First hour was just a fashion show. True. First hour was a fashion show. You got representation here at the US Open. Have I really? I know Brian's there with his Hellstorm B team shirt. I told him to watch it. Thank you. I thought it was a good video, and I was like, the video I put out the other day, which kind of, it didn't like garner hate, but it was like essentially like a lot of comments were like, from my understanding when I read them, was like people don't understand what's going on with like charge rules and stuff like that, which I thought were like super basic. And the kind of like the point I was like came to the conclusion was like, am I making bad videos? You know, am I making like bad videos because the way I'm presenting, are they bad because people don't get it? Or is it the rules are so complex that they didn't understand it, they never will, because even when I'm explaining it, they say I'm wrong, you know? That's kind of like what I'm that's what I was trying to work out. And I think a lot of it comes down to like the complexity of 40k, and having so many rule sources in so many different places is a big issue. That's what I kind of like a big thing that we're kind of like getting over. But yeah, like that's ultimately where we're at, you know. Is the game too complex? Probably. Am I explaining it badly? Maybe. But I felt like I did explain it pretty well. So yeah, he's hobbing right down the table from me. Star Pilot, do me a favor. Go over to him and say, Brian, Mikey's streaming, you're supposed to be moderating. Say, radio, I'll call him Radio, you know, or Radio, why are you on Mikey's stream? He's currently live, you're not moderating. You'll be surprised at the number of times I tell people to watch a Mikey video, because I make elite content and you know it. But then everyone just like leaves comments, 180 comments, and 160 of them telling me I'm wrong. It's not possible to play 40k correctly. No, I totally agree, mate. I totally agree. That is 100% true. So, also, I've got a thing, chat. You want to talk about a real studio? Watch this. Ask me a cool question. Over 10th edition, many people have seen the rules because they are worded similar but not the same. Look at that. Goes up on screen. That could be you. That could be you if that's a decent question. But you all came in and said, see a proper studio. My studio's mint, alright? It's got me in it. It's a fucking state. And I also did a video about it last week. You can go watch it. Also, Angron, thank you for the becoming a member. Welcome to the boys club, mate. Welcome to the boys club. Yeah, we're one member away when that registers. I'm not sure why it hasn't registered, but we should be one away. Why do you not understand the charge rules? Because I'm stupid, clearly. I've been so what are you slacking for? A weekend away to Tacoma? No. Mod time. Alright? We had all these people coming in, saying the same thing. Where was my mods? Where were the mods banning them all? Calling him sheep. Calling him grey sheep. Star Pilot, well done. I'll buy you a pint. Well done. I owe you a pint, bro. Let me know next time when you meet me. Be like, yo, Mike, I'm Star Pilot 94. You owe me a pint from that time. And I'll be like, that sounds like something I'd do. I don't think the rules are too complicated. GW just makes it seem too complicated, especially for more casual players. Not the same amount of changes, clarifications, etc., but the data is scattered. Yeah, the scattering of data is the issue. Yo, Sir Galahad, thanks to the gifted member to get us over to 456. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Congratulations, everyone. Well done. We did it. We did it. Play the song. Not that one. Yo, we did it. Congratulations. We've got a giveaway to do now. Bet probably be when we're all hanging with Liam so he can prove it's me. Nah, Liam can't be there. Liam can't be there. Well done, everyone. We made the giveaway. Let's go, baby. I want some flashing lights. I want these to like go crazy when we hit the giveaway number. Yo, how you doing? We got a giveaway to this. So I've got Nightbot open. Right. I'm going to do a keyword giveaway. And we're going to type exclamation point casual. Exclamation point casual in chat, baby. Type exclamation point casual in chat. Okay. We've got a very cool t-shirt to give away. Because it's XL, it won't fit me. Hashtag sponsored by Zotac Gaming. As you can see, very cool. Bam! Even cooler. Holy shit, bro. Whoa, let's go, baby. Let's go. We got a t-shirt to give away first. Okay. We've got a t-shirt to give away. Very epic. Alright. And then everyone who gifts a membership, has gifted a membership, becomes a member, all super chats, will be entered into a marbles race at the end of the stream in probably about an hour. Alright. Who will be entered to win. Oh, I'll put it in the box for you guys. Yo! Gamer moment! A Zotac mouse mat. Thank you to hashtag Zotac, hashtag ad, hashtag sponsored. So if you type exclamation point casual, you'll be entered to win a t-shirt, and they will give away a mouse mat for free afterwards via marbles. That's a race, guys. Everybody loves marbles. Everyone says marbles is the best time of the street. Does this look really dodgy? It's not very woke. If it doesn't fit, if the t-shirt doesn't fit, I'll get you a woke t-shirt. Congrats, everyone. Welcome, welcome, welcome. Welcome to all the new people tuning in. If you've never watched me before, welcome to the chaos. I'm a bit chilled out, but it's quite late. Wow, I'm in it. bit late, bit warm. But I do fucking dumb shit all the time, alright? Here we go. The members are going to get 10 times more entries. Regulars will get 1 entry, but it's free to enter. If you've not typed exclamation point casual, sort your life out. Sort your life out, mate. As you can see, all these people haven't bothered typing it. Dave B, Elliot, ADR Wargaming. Type exclamation point casual. It's free to enter. Available any way you like. You've got maybe not 25 seconds, 3 minutes. 3 minutes to type it, okay? Bam. You got 3 minutes to do it. Marbles always crazy. We're going to do marbles at the end of the stream, okay? But today it's to win an XL t-shirt by Zotac. But if it really doesn't fit, I'll send you a t-shirt that does fit. Diowag, thank you for the gifted. Thank you for the gifted, mate. Really appreciate it. And Arhane, thanks for the pound. I need to go to bed, my dude. If I win the mouse mat, please re-roll. Look forward to your pretty face next week. All right, mate. I'll drop you out the marbles race then. Thanks for getting us out. Yeah, we're doing marbles today, baby. Marbles coming soon. Cheapest way to enter marbles. It is. But you could gift a membership. That's also cool. That's also cool. But yeah, we do marbles. So if you don't know marbles race, right? I put all the names. Basically, look, chat. You can see how much money I made this stream. 15 new members and £11 in chat revenue. All these people here will be entered into a marbles race. Provo, thanks for the pound. So pound. If you pay a pound, you can get in. If you super chat, you get in. If you gift a membership, you get in. If you get the cheapest membership option, you get in. Right? That's a race to win. rather than just like a random draw. That's a race. Sidetrack massively. Yeah, we're getting back into it in a second. So that's at the end of the stream. So that's after we finish watching the Goobertown bit. Also got sidetracked. I've got 40 people coming in saying, haha, come see a real studio. They're sat at home in their mum's basement watching me. Watching this dickhead saying I got a shit studio. Alright. I ain't got a basement though. So anyway, yeah, if you super chat, become a member of Gift of Membership, you'll be entered to win in the marbles race. You'll be entered in the marbles race. You'll also get 10 chances to win this t-shirt. And you've got 20 seconds left. 20 seconds left to enter. That's the plan. But thanks everyone tuning in. Thanks for everyone popping by. We appreciate it. If you're going to go, you don't like me, alright, fuck off. I don't care. But if you do like me, or you want to hear what I got to say, I got nothing to say. I just want to fucking sneeze. You missed the fashion show at the beginning of the stream. Fucking Warhammer cringe. I've got 4 bags to show off. Where is it? No, it's on this one, isn't it? Chat, it's time for the giveaway. Chat, it's time for the giveaway. Got anything new? Are you ready? Congratulations to... Arhane! Congrats, you've just won a t-shirt. Well done, Arhane. You just won the t-shirt, bro. Thank God he's in the UK, I think. Let's go. Let's go, Arhane! Let's go. Will this fit? It's a nice quality, to be fair. It's really nice quality. I'm so gutted it will fit. I'm so good. It's such a cool shirt. Is this gonna be? Is XL fit? Will it fit? XL will fit. Let's fucking go, baby. All right, mate. Drop me a DM on Discord, and I'll get this sent out to you probably tomorrow or next week. If you would like to win a mouse mat, you don't have to be here, but if you become a member, resub, or do anything that alerts on screen like Pretty Odd did, thank you for the 3 months, you'll be entered to win. I'll try and contact you on Discord. Exclamation point Discord in chat. Alright? Alright. Congrats, brother. So we've got a mouse mat to give away by Zotac Gaming. And that's at the end of the stream. Marbles time, okay? Alright, where were we? Where were we? Thanks for the derailment. Thanks again, Liam. Appreciate you. We were talking about Mr. Goobertown. About how it's not for casual players. Okay, let's quickly pause this and get right back into it.
Or 2 years and come back and kind of pick up where you left off.
I'm going to scroll back
Commander, EDH, Magic Commander, a couple times a year. I want to play Magic Commander. A couple times a year, I want to do one-shots for RPGs. A couple times a year, I want to dig into one of those computer games that I like. Now, for all of those other activities, you can put them down for a year or 2 years and come back and kind of pick up where you left off. Commander, EDH, Magic Commander, that's a game where I can pick up a deck that I haven't even looked at for years and go and hang out with my friends and just play a game. And yeah, there's a little bit of like remembering how the stack resolves and stuff like that, but for the most part, all of the stuff that I've learned about that game in the past is still valid when I want to just pick it up at any old time and give it a shot. And that's not true for Warhammer. If
I do kind of agree with that. I do actually really agree with the fact. I think that the nice thing about Magic though is when you are playing casually, you're not thinking about what your opponent's deck does or anything like that. But what you are doing is only looking at a handful of cards at a time, right? And the basic premise stands: put some lands down, play some cards out your hand. And I think 40k, the basic premise is put models on the board and put them on objectives and kill your opponent. But the method that you get there is always slightly different. That's the interesting thing. It's like the method, because in Magic, the method that you put cards down is the same. The way you deal with spells is the same. But like the text on the card is very much in front of you. You only have to think about 5 at a time. Whereas 40k is a lot more involved to get going straight away. Also, Star Pilot, thanks for the $2, man. I really appreciate it. I'm playing Aussie Out Bow Reapers. I've got some models to finish off. I've been painting them on my painting desk just over there. I painted the terrain the other day, as you might have seen. I don't know why I pointed to something that's fucking miles away behind me, but there you go. I painted the terrain piece the other day. Got that all finished out. Trying to see to varnish that. But yeah, I'm taking OBR. Ober. But not Ogre. Ober. Just looking for a picture. Yo, look at that fucking cool shit. Yo, that's me with my piece of terrain. Yo. Yo, look at that. Look at that girl. So I painted that the other day. So. Almost all units are instantly on the body 40k. Yeah, exactly. You've got like 10 units to think about rather than 5 cards. Or 5 to 7 cards or whatever.
If a friend calls me up and says, hey, come on over, we'll do a one-shot for D&D, or a one-shot for Call of Cthulhu, or Traveler, like, I may need to take 30 seconds to remember, wait, is that a D20 game or a D100 game? And then like, oh, okay, I got it. I remember, it's come back to me, I'm good. Let's go. Yeah, absolutely. I want to go and do a one-shot RPG. That sounds great. But if a friend calls me up and says...
That's another thing. Another probably like example of what I said, right? Because again, if you just tuned in, you tuned in late. What I've been kind of saying is, if you play 40k once every 6 months, two times a year or whatever, I realize that's the same thing. I said it twice. If you play 40k or Warhammer that little of time, keeping up to date with the game is like, it's like you don't need to, you know. But it's obviously there's the issue of finding someone else who doesn't care about keeping up to date as well, which is obviously something that I'm not really considered. But if you're playing once or twice a year, if you can find an opponent who's also playing that infrequently, you don't need to think about the rules updates. D&D is a prime example. D&D is FAQ'd not quite as often as 40k, and not quite as there's not quite as big of an overhaul each time they do. But D&D rulebooks are updated. They're on 5th edition, you know, they get FAQs, erratas and stuff like that. They change things, they change how things work all the time. But, as what I quickly learned when I started playing D&D, is not everybody actually cares about the updates. They play the stuff they got in the book, right? They play with the book that they've got, and they play with that. If there's something they don't understand, they might look it up. If there's something that doesn't quite make sense, they don't know how to resolve it, they might look it up. But most people just play with the player's handbook and the DM handbook and just call it a day. They don't think about fucking this errata that got released. They don't think about these changes, these like half races or whatever that got removed or whatever. But like that's something that is like a prime example of like you don't have to keep up with the rules change. Finding players who don't want to do that as well is the problem. But Biblical Nipple, thank you for the gifted membership. Really appreciate it. Very kind of you. D&D is older than 40k, but only has half the number of editions. Yeah, it's obviously a very different game, though, right? And they don't update it as often, whereas 40k is updated way more often because it's like it is a different. Yeah, they're both playing the tabletop. One's an RPG, one's a game. GW games are also manipulated within gaming areas, giving raw versus rye, so it can be different from town to town. Yeah, I think the difference with D&D, right, you don't need to worry about the updates too much because you're playing together. You're playing against a DM at best, but usually it's like a collaborative, cooperative thing, whereas 40k is 1v1 a lot of the time. You know?
Like, hey, I know we haven't played Warhammer for a year and a half, but let's do it. This Saturday, come on over, we'll give 10th edition a try. No, that sounds terrible. Call of Cthulhu or Traveler. Like, I may need to take 30 seconds to remember, wait, is that a D20 game or a D100 game? And then like, oh, okay, I got it. I remember, it's come back to me. I'm good. Let's go. Yeah, absolutely. I want to go and do a one-shot RPG. That sounds great. But if a friend calls me up and says like, hey, I know we haven't played Warhammer for a year and a half, but let's do it. This Saturday, come on over, we'll give 10th edition a try. No, that sounds terrible to me, because it's really hard to just pick this up as a casual player. So that Escalation League that we just watched, that was 9th edition 40k. More than a year has elapsed, and there's a 3-year cycle of editions. So 9th edition is gone, deleted, it's history, and now you need to obtain and learn the 10th edition rules. And that's a lot of work. Like that, whatever I happened to learn about that game during that escalation league is pretty much gone now. And it's going to take a lot of work to get up to the level of just spending an afternoon playing.
I think, again, I do totally agree with this. I think Games Workshop's idea of a 3-year cycle is a bit too much. I think the 3-year cycle, I think what happens is they release all their codexes, army books or whatever, and then they've got this framework of launch, new codexes, mini campaign, relaunch, start again. I don't think that they should spread it out anymore, but I think maybe at the end of an edition they could drag it out a bit more. You know, but then again, you don't want it to get stale, so you do need to keep adding changes. But I feel like the idea of an annual season, like the Leviathan mission pack to Pariah Nexus mission pack, is a bit too long. But I think the addition of 3 years is too short, you know? I think maybe an edition could last 4 to 5 years, or even 6 years, and halfway through the edition, they could release, or like halfway through, so this would be a 3-year cycle, like the official 10.5 edition, you know? So like not in 2 years' time, they'd release like an updated version of 10th, which is 10th, but slightly different, you know? It's got all of the rules changes, they're relaunching the core rulebook, they maybe even fucking reprint all the codexes or updated rules and have that for a couple more years, you know? I think the 3-year cycle is very cutthroat, and it is a shareholder thing. Ultimately that's what I think, right? I think the 3-year cycle is codex, campaign, new editions to it all again. Cool, let's go. We've seen it 3 times now. We're on our 3rd one. You know, it's new. It started with 8th edition. We're on our 3rd wave. This is exactly what's going to happen. We've just seen it. AOS has done it twice now. They're in their 3rd one. You know, the Age of Sigmar is in their 3rd one now. They're both on this new track, which started with AOS 2 every 3 years. So I think, like this whole 3-year thing, I think that's too short. I think we should have like a collector's edition of 10th edition, you know? You remember PlayStation 2, right? Game comes out, or even Xbox 360, right? Game comes out, they spend the next year and a half releasing DLC, bam! Classic edition. PlayStation 2 Classic Collection. Xbox 360 Ultimate Edition, you know? I think that's where they need to be. They need to go, right, we've done all the codexes, we've done all the cards, let's relaunch the core rules, let's relaunch everything. If you've already bought all the DLC, you don't need it, but here's like a re-release, you know? Let's have this out for 18 months. Let's have this out for 2 years, you know? Let's release new armies. Let's maybe even update armies, give them new rules, give Space Marines Codex 2. Give whatever Codex 2. Maybe a second campaign run, you know? Maybe they have the big thing happen, then they drag the campaign out a bit more. They do codexes, then do a collector's edition of here's all the re-release. Because I think 3 years with like the constant rules changes and then a big rules change is a bit too much. I think they need a bit more of a grace period at the end, you know? Sometimes the final codex is a hint of the next edition, a la World Eaters. Yeah, for sure. For sure. And it's always things as well, because look at like World Eaters and Astra Militarum at the end of the previous edition. It wasn't out long enough and they didn't get their money's worth. I think they need more of a great, maybe even like a new edition every 4 years would be better, you know? 3 years I feel like is too quick, and 6 years might be too long. So maybe 4 years, keep it the same release cycle, but then they have a grace period of a year. A final mission pack, you know? All the armies are the same. They keep updating the rules, like balanced data slates or whatever, but like there's no more big releases. So if they want to keep the codex model, then they get those out ASAP, then focus on narrative campaign books and let players play through a new lore as it comes out. Yeah, for sure. 5 years, but 6 months for the decks. I think the deck should be 9 months. 6 months is too short. A year is too long. 9 months would be perfect. It's also known when the last credits campaign ends and release, a new edition drops, so you don't have to play on time to play on new books. Yeah, exactly. That's exactly what I'm referring to. Anyway.
And getting to the point where you can basically get through a game, like that's doable. That's, reading a couple things in the rule book and watching a YouTube video, and then you can get through a game. But I think to be at the level of understanding that it takes to actually enjoy a game, I think that takes a lot of work. This is a game that has, I don't even know, 20 different armies. And so if I read the core rule book and I read my codex, I will know a small fraction of what's going on in the game. And I might know some of my special rules, but unless it's going to be a mirror match against another Dark Eldar army, I'm not going to know what special rules you have. I don't know what I need to play around. I don't know what kind of traps you're trying to set up for me. I don't know if you're trying to bait me into doing something. I barely know what the units are supposed to do. Like, I think that's an anti-tank unit. I think that's an anti-infantry unit. And that's kind of my level of understanding. And at that level of understanding, I have found that it's very frustrating when your opponent just starts saying, like, oh, you got 5 mortal wounds coming at you. I'm going to re-roll all these ones. It's turn 3, so that means I get to double move this turn. And I don't know. I'm just making up that stuff, but that's the point, is that I am never past the learning curve on this game. This game has such a big learning curve, and I am never far enough along on that to understand what I'm doing. And so I have found that it's just always a frustrating experience. Now,
I can see where it's coming from. I think he said, like, he picked up Magic, like Magic Commander. I think that, like, has a similar vibe of, like, if you don't know what your opponent's running, because, like, Magic has very, like, I'm super casual with Magic. I play once every 2 years. I'm more casual with Brent as Warhammer with Magic, right? But, like, certain colors usually have a particular playstyle, Green is usually getting loads of life. Black is like lifesteal or whatever. And red is like a direct damage or whatever. And blue is control. You have, like, a basic understanding of the colors, but, like, if you play Magic super casually, you're not going to understand how someone's deck functions. You're going to have an idea of what it does. Orcs charge because they're orcs. Blue's control because it's blue. I can understand his frustration, and I can sympathize with his frustration, but I feel like, yeah, you might not know what every single unit of your opponent's army does, but you have an understanding what the army functions. You're not going to have the same in, like, Magic, because that's something that you can also said you can jump in. Baited into deploys 60 Cabalites on the line. Oh mate. This is a really fun, interesting video though. Yeah, he did some stupid stuff in the game, but I think it's very interesting, that's for sure. I wish GW would sell the codes to the codex for the app rather than forcing purchase of overpriced book. Yeah, I totally agree. But they've got a book department. They need to make it profitable. Not good for consumers, but World Eats was so fucking fun. Fuck GW on that. They delivered my models 6 weeks late due to stock issues. Then another 6 weeks later, my codex was useless. Yeah, that's what I mean. I think there needs to be a much longer grace period if they're going to drop a new army and stuff like that. The AOS heads up for a year before Legends would take some sting out of the losses in 40k. I honestly think Age of Sigmar launch is just Age of Sigmar always coming out after 40k and doing similar things but better. It just shows how fundamentally out of touch GW can sometimes seem with their customer base. When they see the outrage in 40k and they're doing Age of Sigmar better, it makes you as a 40k player be like, what the fuck, bro? Why did I get shot like that? Why did they do me like that? But, like, yeah, Age of Sigmar, just like Spearhead, like the way they handle Legends, the launch of indexes, it's just been better. It's just been 100% better, but it's because they saw what happened with 40k and just went, we can't do that. Can't have that happen again. Heads will be on blocks, you know what I mean? It's common courtesy to inform the opponent of such things. Seems like he's playing the right people. Yeah, like the looking at like the deployment of his army versus his opponents, but that also it could also come down to, for lack of better term, stubbornness of Brent with like, I want to put my models on the front line because it looks fun, you know, and then I lose them on turn 1. His arguments of why he's not enjoying the game aren't really coming down to, I lost all my models turn 1. It's coming down from, in my opinion, very valid points of the whole conversation with the dice train, the codex. You, the dice train, the codex, and not your opponent, where you're rolling to hit and wound, and the rules layering, the rules overlapping. You know, that is something that I can understand completely, because he's not really said, "I've lost all my army turn 1, it's shit game." He's not said that. He did. We all watched it happen. It was hilarious. But yeah, that's ultimately not what's happened, which is actually quite refreshing, I would say. Actually, I think he's actually coming from he's coming up with some very, very solid points about 40k. I feel the 40k gotcha moments hurt more than the Magic the Gathering ones, as the Magic the Gathering game is 15-30 minutes to experience a gotcha moment on 1.5 to 3 hours. Yeah, I agree. AOS 1 was so weird. I watched Jordan Sorcery's video on the launch of Age of Sigmar and the launch of Match Play. Actually crazy that happened, you know what I mean? And that was like a big thing. I lived through it. I was there. I was playing AOS 1, and I played Tomb Kings, and then I started playing fucking Stormcast maybe, and then I started playing Nighthaunt in AOS 2. But yeah, to like watch it happen, be part of it, and then have it all thrown back at you in 20 minutes, I was like, fucking, this is wild. Hey Vince, how you doing, bud? Thanks for popping in. Gotcha's about chatting thinking about it. The cards kind of tell you what they do, where in Warhammer you can hide information when you shouldn't. I think the gotcha is kind of like not. I think what they're trying to say is like not knowing what your opponent can do, because you can't see their cards, right? I don't know how long you've been watching, but I think the point is like, we're watching Goober, and he was saying that like I play Commander once every blue moon, but when I play 40k, I don't know what my opponent's army is doing or what units do, and I kind of said it's a similar in Magic, because you don't exactly know. Might have a vibe of what your opponent's deck's trying to do. If they're playing all blue, they're playing control or whatever. My understanding of Magic is very casual, but if they're playing a certain color, you've got a vibe of what it's doing, and I compared that to like. I compared that to like orcs always charge, you know, Tau always shoot. So like his argument of saying, I don't know what every single one of my opponent's unit does. You won't know what each one of your opponent's card does, but you probably have like a basic understanding of what the deck's trying to do, you know. But yeah. Magic's hidden info in Warhammer is not essentially when you hide that info, you're being a scumbag. Yeah, no, I that's not the argument at this point though. I am fucking 4 hours deep into a stream though, mate. The point we're trying to make is that it's very like the reference is to a Magic deck, him being able to pick up Magic once a year. That's fine. He can't do that with 40k, and my comparison to Magic to 40k was you probably have an understanding what the deck does. You probably don't understand or don't even know what's in the opponent's deck. You're not going to know individual cards, whereas you kind of know what your opponent's army is, but you don't always need to know exactly what that unit can do, just a vibe of what it's trying to do. So but yeah, like gotcha moments is probably not a great term for this conversation. That's not really what the discussion's about. Yeah. How you doing? Good, dude. Excited to hang out next week. But yeah, I don't think gotcha was like the right term, because that's not what really the conversation's about. As long as he understands how charges work, he's good. Yeah. I played AOS with the brand new Songcast when it came out with no points. When I was 12 and AOS 1 came out. You were 12 when AOS came out. Oh my god, I'm so old. Unk moment. Unk. I'm such a boomer. How old was I? When did AOS 1 come out? was like 2012 or 2009. I was playing at 18. Will we stream the Goonhammer? Yeah, I'm streaming the Goonhammer Open, yeah. After a week after All Stars. I sure am. Anyway, let's see what else he's got to say, because he's made some valid points, to be fair.
Like I said, I'm defining myself as a casual player based on the number of games I want to play per year. There is definitely another category of people who play a lot of games every year. They've gotten themselves through the learning curve. They understand what's...
AOS 1 was 2015. Hang on, how old are you? 9 years ago, I was 21. You were 12. I'm like double your age. You must be 15 now.
going on the game board, and they can play like an actual tactical game where they understand the consequences of taking out that unit versus taking out that unit. They understand the consequences of what happens if that unit gets to, camp on an objective. They understand what they need to do to achieve their goals in the game. And
again, that's the definition I find of casual versus competitive. Casual players enjoy the game at a very surface level. Competitive players are constantly trying to think of the best way to score points to outdo your opponent. That's like that's probably the best way to describe casual. Whereas I think sometimes people compare casual to competitive players know what they're doing and casual don't know what they're doing, But I think it's like the mindset. I think that's what I've kind of come to the understanding of, like the mindset difference. Because obviously we all have our own idea what casual and competitive is, because it's just weird fucking labels that no one cares about. But like casual players are playing the game at very surface level. Competitive players are analysing the decisions that they need to make, which are both very valid ways to play, but they cross over too much. I think that's an issue.
And I am not at that point, and without the time investment of a lot of practice games, it's hard to get there. And so that's my basic understanding of I'm a casual player and the game is not designed for casual players. But, I've definitely seen hardcore players who are committed play this game. They play it snappy because they know what's going on. They're both clearly enjoying the game because they're able to think deep because they understand the consequences of various actions. So I absolutely accept that this can be a fulfilling game, but I have never found it to be the case. I'm just not that deep in. Now, I'm going to use this as my opportunity to do just a little more complaining and grumbling. I'm going to say that the rule that I like the least in this game is any special rule that involves re-rolling ones. Okay, so in terms of understanding my opponent's army, I can understand a stat line. I can look at a unit and say, okay, they've got really good ballistic skill, I've got a couple of wounds, and they've got okay strength, and they've got, kind of heavy armor, whatever it is. Like, I can understand the stat line and how that affects the state of play. It's all of the special rules built on top of that exist in a book that I will never look at that make me grumpy. And it's the interaction when your opponent starts to re-roll ones. That's the one that always gets me. That sets me off a little bit. So my opponent will be making, let's say, a shooting attack roll. They'll roll a bunch of dice. I will understand why they're rolling that many dice. I will understand what they need to succeed on that dice roll because I understand the core basics of the game. But then they start picking out their ones in order to re-roll them, and that's the moment where I no longer know what's going on. Clearly, they are using some special rule in their rule book to re-roll those ones and see if they can get a few more successes, but I don't know if they're rolling because I didn't kill that leader right there. I don't know if they're rolling because they spent extra points to be able to do that. I don't know if there was a way I could avoid that. I don't know if I should have changed my target priority earlier in the game to have things come out differently. But yes, all those hidden abilities that the opponent has that I don't understand that always get me frustrated. And
I think Goob's on like the fucking nose with all of these takes, you know what I mean? I think he's really on it. Because understanding rolling to hit, rolling to wound, rolling saves, etc. is very basic. But then when things like, I think it's simpler now because you have like attached characters, right? There's not as much aura stuff. There is still auras. Like I think like there's auras that still happen and stuff like that, and army special rules while certain things happen. Like Admech is a prime example. It can do a thing unless it's near battle line. That's something that you have to kind of like be aware of. Like usually it's like you can make a free move of D6 unless you move to battle line, then it's not flat 6, like that sort of vibe. And universal special rules do help as well. But I can understand like the frustration, but I don't know what the problem is with re-rolling dice, right? But yeah. He re-rolls ones because you didn't bring enough Camelites. Putting 60 Camelites that will never not be funny. Yeah, I can understand that because ultimately it's a rule that you don't know because you're not playing that army. You're not playing with those models. Your opponent is. That's why they brought them, you know? So then they brought them to make their unit more efficient and whatever. But again, that comes back down to his really insightful point of rolling dice in Warhammer is a conversation between you, your codex, and the dice box. And again, I think that is, if I could title a video, right, and where it actually was going to perform well, I would when I make this into a video, it would be Warhammer is a conversation between you, your codex, and your dice box. I think that's such a fucking baller line he said or came out with, you know? And I think ultimately that's where this lands. Like his problem is he's kind of like, well, I get to re-roll this because of this, you know? And it's like, well, I don't have that army, so I don't really know where that's coming from. And then that then comes down to like understanding the mechanics of every single unit on the battlefield, which you'll only get with practice and playing against them all the time. Like understand the enemy. But there's also a load of enemies, and all those enemies have loads of different options, you know? So, yeah.
The quintessential one is when they just start re-rolling ones on an attack roll. And I've learned not to ask the question. I've learned not to say, wait, why are you re-rolling ones? Because the answer will never mean anything to me. It will never increase my enjoyment of the game. It'll always just deepen my frustration. So they start re-rolling ones, and I say, wait, what are you doing? And they'll say, oh, yeah, check this out. And they'll turn to page 87 of a codex that I will never look at. And they'll say, my army has pledged allegiance to the Backstreet Boys. And because this unit is within 12 inches of this unit, and also it's turn 3. So on turn 3, my army enters beast mode because I paid the points to give them the Banner of Champions. And in beast mode, the Backstreet Boys will give them special ammunition, and the special ammunition, it causes their gun to bing if they miss really, really bad. It doesn't bing if they miss kind of okay, like close calls. It doesn't bing, but it bings if they miss really, really bad on a 1. And the bing, it tells them that they need to fire their gun again to get another shot at hitting the enemy.
Didn't I come up with that same thing about it being 2:45 so they get a reroll? I'm so like 90% sure I made that reference. It's like the sun is shining, it's 2:45 and it's really hot, so you get a free reroll. I'm like so sure I said that.
And so that's why I don't ask when my opponents are re-rolling ones, is because it's gonna be something like that. And boy, I hope I just made up that rule. I hope that rule doesn't exist, but I know in my heart that something way too similar to it does exist. And
but if you play against the same army let's say I'm playing against Brent with his 60 Camelite Warriors and 2 Archons, and now he's like, I'm rerolling ones to hit and win because of my Archon with the relic or whatever, because it was like 9th edition. Surely if I keep playing, I'd learn to kill the Archon, you know? Like, surely I go, you know what, that Archon is making your army really sick, maybe you should get rid of him. And only then it comes with practice and like learning. Like when I played Elder Ring, you know, and I kept getting beat by Radahn because he kept hitting me with his sword and I kept timing the dodge roll badly. Eventually I learned the dodge roll. You know? I was like, you know what? I need to change how I'm dodging on the timing of the dodging, because every time I dodge, I get hit. But you know, maybe I'm just built different. Maybe I'm just built different because I'm about to say, because I still have it in the overlay, I think. I still have it. Look at this. 62 deaths in a row against Radahn until I beat him. You know? Maybe if he just fucking grinds the shit out of it. You know? Maybe if he was just built different and just kept running in with his 60 Cabalite warriors, learning the opponent, dying to the same thing every time, but just getting that bit closer, you know? Only 62, because I'm built fucking different, okay? He also uses Mimic Summon, but the point is, when it comes to learning the rules, JD, I think when it comes to learning the rules, there is a little bit. Not to be pedantic, not to be a cunt, not to be a knobhead, but like a little bit of get good. A little bit of kind of like, just take out the chin and try again. If you keep eating glass, you begin to appreciate the texture. Exactly. I love the texture of glass in my mouth. I took like 200 to 300 or something and he typed my frames in 20. Bro, get good. Look at that. 195 deaths total in the DLC and 62 on Radahn himself. Get good. Get good, scroll. Maybe just fucking 20 frames. Slow-mo mode. It's easy mode. You can see what he's doing. You can read his moves better because you only see 20 of him a second rather than 120 like I was seeing. I was seeing 120 Radahns a second, right? And I still beat him. You're only seeing 20. That's like sixth of many I did that with. Certified Mimic Tier user. Listen, shut up. But yeah, like I think some of it comes down to kind of like he's not playing enough, so he's getting annoyed of like all these random rules. And again, I think that is a symptom of 9th edition. Ultimately, I think a lot of that comes down to that because 9th edition is a terrible example of someone trying to play a terrible example of a rule set where someone's like, I don't like all the extra special rules. There's a lot of special rules in 40k today, but it's definitely more manageable in my opinion. But yeah.
Game designers are listening out there. That's the kind of thing that casual players do not like. Like that, it's not fun to just have just a pile of special rules dropped on you.
I wasn't going to ask if it was with his summons. I only used NPC summons for the quest lines and Mimic Tier. All right, listen. Look, if you don't use the tools that you got to play a game, that's your own fucking fault. Magic isn't easy mode. Magic's really hard to play. You don't have any armor.
A rule book that you will never own and never read. It's not a fun interaction. Like beyond not knowing that rule was in there or was coming for me to get a couple of more hits on my units, beyond me just not knowing about that, it's also the adjudication of that special rule is unsatisfying for everyone involved. The process of double checking whether or not you get to reroll ones and then actually doing it, that is an interaction between a dice box and a rule book. There's no interaction with your opponent. There's no interaction with the game board. That is one player staring at their dice box, double checking a rule in their rule book, going back to their dice box and picking out the ones.
Totally agree with that. I've said it before, I'll say it again. Totally agree with that statement.
It's not immersive. It's not fun. I mean, I've heard some players say, "Oh, I just wanna roll dice. It's a beer and pretzel and dice kind of game. You know, I just wanna get in there, roll some dice." And
that's also me. I do love rolling. I love re-rolling everything. I love rolling dice. I don't know why. I find it so satisfying. I love the noise it makes. I love seeing all my symbols on the sixes. I love picking up the ones and trying again. You know? I love rolling dice. I understand his frustration about the special rule, the codex, the dice box. I do enjoy the rerolls, you know? I love rolling dice so much. I throw them at my opponent. You know? I throw them at my opponent all the time. Look at me playing against Big C on stream and stuff. I'm fucking just yeeting him into a box. Yeet! Spagging him out everywhere. Oh, I missed. I'll get to roll another one to try again. I love rolling 4+ influence. What are you playing at the minute? Still playing Thousand Suns or moved on?
I think there actually is a small percentage of players who actually enjoy the kinesthetic experience of rolling dice, and maybe those rules are for those people, but I don't. Like, if you want to write a rule that makes the unit better at shooting, give them an extra ballistic skill. Give their weapon an extra attack. Like, that at least I understand. It makes sense. It doesn't involve a separate wave of rolling. I can understand the results of the roll. That's all fine. Like, and if that's not granular enough, you can, further balance things with the point choices, obviously, point values. But anyway, that's my grump on that. I've got one more grump for you, because now's my chance to do it.
I understand his frustration, though, but yeah, the game's not granular enough with a D6. If you got something that already hits on a 2, I think that's like one-page rules. That's kind of like how that works, I think. And like Ravage started doing a similar thing. You like look at like the strength and the toughness of a unit, then that's what you need to roll. Just one dice, but it's like a D10, and on average it's 5. I paid £40 for these GW dice. I am re-rolling them. Me. That's me.
Some people have written in the comments that the reason I didn't enjoy the game is because I didn't start my units behind cover, and so I got deleted at the top of turn 1. And yeah, that's true. That's true. That is not an issue of me being too casual. That is me being too stubborn. So
we did say this. Chat, we did say this already. I feel like all the abilities and army attachments, rules, and interactions are what make this building really fun in 40k, but they slow the game down a lot when you're playing. Yeah, for sure, I agree. I totally agree, Pink Pirate. Also, hello, I don't recognize your username. It's the idea of building an army is really fun, and making like the jigsaw of putting an army together is really fun. But then to play your opponent who plays casually, they don't understand what's going on.
Refuse to make my army look stupid. And if you start your units all piled up behind line of sight blocking terrain, I understand that that's tactically a good move. It looks stupid. Like, if you open any of these rule books, any old codex, all of the pictures of armies are gloriously painted miniatures charging at each other, just rearing to get into the fight and start beating each other up. And they look amazing. Armies look awesome when they're running across the field to take objectives and do stuff. Armies look stupid when they're scrunched up behind line of sight blocking terrain. And I understand why the game steers people into that deployment strategy.
I think comparing the deployment of models in a book to the tactical models is a bit dumb, but that's just me. The models are laid out to showcase them, but if you went into because everyone always does it, the real battle, and if you were in a real battle, you would get behind a wall because there's guns flying over, there's bullets flying everywhere. But yeah, I think the comparing it to in the codexes where it's like the showcase of the models, it's just very different, right? They're laid out in a way that looks good to showcase the stuff that you should buy, because they're trying to say it's just the sales page. Ultimately, yeah, it looks cool, you will like it, but ultimately they're like, I want to do that, I want to lay them out like that. And it's like how things work in a story is always very different in like a game with a versus system. Look at, like, again, I've like used Halo as an example. Look at Master Chief in fucking cutscenes, and then look at Master Chief or a Spartan when you play multiplayer. You get fucking took down straight away. One headshot, bam. In except for Cat in Halo Reach, like, watch a Spartan in a cutscene, they can just take an army of bullets and kill everybody. Read a book about fucking Master Chief, and he just like blows up a spaceship, saves on it, and then just like walks off like a badass. But like the versus aspect, it's always going to tone that down. It's never going to be the same. As soon as like there's a 1v1, you can't have, well, my super armor means you can't do that because in the books that's what it says, and then you go, well, I actually have super armor killing bullets. I think that's what it comes down to. Whatever you've got, they've got the ultimate counter. Book Master Chief versus average multiplayer Spartan. Yeah, exactly. Some of these criticisms are well-founded, but some are just wild and nitpicky. No, of course, and that's okay. Everyone's allowed to have an opinion. And I think what, like 95% of what Goober's come out with is like very on point, very well thought out points, you know, very based. But yeah, some of it is like, yeah, a little bit nitpicky, but like it's understandable because he's finding it frustrating. Goob should play 10 to 20 games and then come back with another review. I really enjoy the game, but even when I lose, it's fun most times, except when I play against Imperial Knights. Yeah, Goober, me and you, Brent, come here. Me and you, right? I don't know whereabouts in America land you're from, or Canada. No idea. That's part of the world, right? Me and you, we get a lodge, right? A little lodge. Me and you, we film it all live stream it, probably lodge it. You know? There you go. There you go. I'm not even finished my fucking story yet. Me and you, we get a little lodge, but we also take all of my Warhammer with me, right? And all of your painted Warhammer or whatever, or even unpainted. And we grind, right? We grind. We do the Radahn repeated fight on Elden Ring, okay? As soon as we die, we just play again. As soon as one of us loses, we just keep playing. And then, after 62 attempts, you beat me. Then, I want you to make another video. You know? The constant grind. You can use any army you want, right? And it can be any construction. It can be 120 Cabalite Warriors and 2 Archons, okay? Or 3, maybe 3 Archons at that point. That is okay. You can use just that. But we're going to keep grinding. We're going to play the same game. I'm going to use the same army against you every single time. And eventually, you'll be like, fucking, maybe putting them behind the wall is funny. But no, the thing is with it is like a lot of what Goob is saying, like the not a lot. I'm very tired, I'm calling out the wrong words. The 5% of things that I don't agree with, I think are solved with playing the game a little bit more, you know? I think a couple of things, like, again, not knowing where, like, the re-rolling ones in a dice spot conversation, very valid point, but ultimately I think that comes down to an experience of, like, seeing what's on the table. Like, again, 9th edition is an issue, but, like, I feel like some of this could be solved with just a bunch of games, but if you can't be asked to play because every time you have a bad time, I also get it. This has all been an elaborate sell to bait you into the lodge where Goobertown will systematically break your through Warhammer. Imagine. This absolutely destroys me morally bankrupts me. It just kills my entire, like, fucking worldview of Warhammer. I'll be like, you know what? 25 years, I'm not interested anymore.
But it looks bad. It doesn't look fun. Like I'm telling you, my understanding of this game is that it is not a fun enough game if you're just playing with, like, paper standees or tokens. Like, the reason this game is good enough that people play it is because the models look cool, and the models don't look cool when they're scrunched up behind terrain. They just don't.
I get it.
I refuse to do it. I'm too stubborn to start my units hiding behind Coward Rock.
I love you, Brent, but just, like, have those units not behind Coward Rock, just not be Cabalite Warriors. Just have it as a different unit. A Tantalus, some Raiders, you know? Just, like, not Cabalite Warriors. Not toughness 3, 5 up save, little guys on little feet. just like, maybe some boats, maybe some venoms, maybe the incubi or something. That'd be cool. What else does Dracarys have? They just have raiders and venoms, don't they? They're just a terrible army to stand in the open. Maybe you'd like playing something that's heavily armored. Land raiders. Bang them in the open. Have a great time. Chrono. Goobs, you need to play the pain engines. They can take a punch. You can put them on the front line and go, I used to love playing pain engines. 9 fucking Talos on the front line, just running forwards. Oh, what a that's what you're missing out on, Goobs. Not toughness 3, paper thin armor. Something chunky. Something a bit chunky on the front line. Do that.
And that's gonna mean
bring that 62 games in a row. We'll do it. We'll do it. Eventually, you'll learn which characters are giving my buffs out, and you'll kill them first.
Lose a lot of games. In addition to the fact I don't understand what the heck my opponents are doing because I don't play enough games to know what my opponents are doing. But anyway, that's the last little bit of grumping that I have to do for today. Let's see here. Oh, I do want to mention one other thing. Like I've kind of been talking about hardcore players who understand what's going on and enjoy the game versus casual players who have not been able to keep up with the constant rule changes and therefore don't know what's going on and don't enjoy the game. I think there's many more types of players, but one other type that I want to mention, because probably some of you are watching this video now, is the honeymoon player. So I think that any good game has a honeymoon phase when everything is new, everything is discovery, you're figuring things out, your friends are figuring things out, nobody is stomping each other yet, and I think any game, you can find some joy in that phase of things. As an example, just a couple of weeks ago, I played in the Star Wars Unlimited pre-release tournament. So there's a new Star Wars card game, and a local store was doing this event where you buy into the tournament, you get 6 packs of cards, everybody opens up their packs, got an hour to make your deck, and then you play a 3-match tournament. And that was great. There were 7 people in the tournament. All of us had watched like one YouTube video to try to figure out what the rules were, but none of us really knew what was going on. So for all of us, we were playing and we were reading our cards as we went, and we were figuring out as we went. Nobody had any broken combos yet. We were just starting to figure out what interactions were powerful, so nobody was getting stomped. And it was great. Like, I think that's a perfect.
I think this is like a prime example of like early 8th edition, but I think with the rise of competitive 40k, the honeymoon period is just described. It's just so short now. It's just so short. It's like a week, if that. Sometimes it's like before the book's out. I think the honeymoon period is describing everything being new, so no one knows what's going on. That's so short. Like AOS is having it now, and I think in maybe 2 weeks things will get figured out. It's a shorter game. But like 10th edition was pretty much solved on launch. Or maybe a month in. Like, the game being sold is so much faster now than it used to be. Manny's is just describing growing up and becoming an adult. A little bit, yeah. Let's bring out of order what's been said. As a new female player, exam Melissa, hi there, learning Tau plus 10th edition rules, I only get frustrated when my opponent asks my husband to play my army to make it quicker. What the fuck? Yikes. Yikers. I'm very sorry that you are clearly playing a massive arsehole. Hopefully you can find a better opponent. That's just fucking pure misogyny. Big yikes. Yikers. Hopefully you can find someone else to play with, That just sounds like an absolute prick. Absolute just arsewipe. Sorry to hear it. There's just not everybody's like that. Just me. Not everybody's like that. I think what separates people who playing this game is frustration. Are you going to be frustrated by something, or are you going to learn and adapt and overcome? Improvise, adapt, overcome. That's me. The grinder. Not the grinder. Maybe not the right terminology. Anyway.
Example of a honeymoon phase of the game. And that's been my experience with every game that I've ever played in my life. Is the first couple of games, you can have a lot of fun because there's nobody's net decking anything. There's nobody's pulling out their powerful special rules that you've never seen before. The vanilla honeymoon version of games can be a lot of fun. So there are some people watching this video right now who maybe think I'm a casual player and I'm enjoying my first games of 40k. Maybe you're a honeymoon player. Let me know how you feel a couple editions from now. Check back in.
Maybe his friends are just shit to play. You know, watching him put 60 Cabalite warriors on the front line, not telling him to move him, and then go first and killing them all. Working out all the special rules and smashing him with him. Maybe his friends are just really bad friends.
Yeah, what else do I want to talk about? Yeah, like I said, my basic problem is that the rules change faster than my willingness or ability to learn them. And so we're already almost a year into 10th edition 40k, and I still haven't played a game of 10th edition. And at this point, I actually think it's wiser if I don't. Like, I think I would be smart to avoid.
Lodge, 62 games in a row, Goobs. That's what we need to do. 62 games in a row. Smash through it.
Buying a rule book halfway through 10th edition 40k. Like, the strategy, I think, has to be, if I'm going to give Warhammer 40k another try, I need to wait till the first day of the next edition, whether that's 11th or 12th or 13th, whenever I decide, you know what, Charlie Brown and the football, I'm going to kick this 40k football this time for sure. Day one of the edition, I'm going to buy the rule books, and I'm going to get in, and I'm going to play more than 3 games the first year, more than 3 games the second.
Right, first advice, don't buy the rule books on day one. Wait a couple months till you go get the FAQs.
Year, more than 3 games the third year, then that edition will be done, and I can take a break. But yeah, it's almost like a sprint. Like, learning the rules of the edition to a point where you can have fun with them is a sprint where you're racing to get into the fun zone before there's a hard reset on the game and everything that you learned gets deleted. And that seems to be the way of things. Like, again, I'm sure there are people telling me why I'm wrong, but as a casual player who really doesn't even know what I don't know and is not willing to put that amount of time and effort into it, like, that's been my experience trying to play 5 different editions over 25 years, is that you're either in with both feet, or it's going to be kind of frustrating. And I don't know, I don't want to be a downer on that, but I wanted to use this video as a chance to explore why I had kind of a sour time during that escalation league. And so I wanted to explain those feelings, and so that I could understand them. And also I wanted to give it this framework so that I could show you that video, because I think there are some good bits in there. But I wanted it to have a little bit of prologue and a big ol' epilogue, so that we could really understand why it was that I was being a little bit bitter in there. Yeah, in hindsight, we can laugh at it a little bit, but I do think I understand what's going on now. I appreciate that you've been hanging out with me and listening to me ramble, but I am done rambling for now. So,
good video. I think a good video, a lot of very, very good points that I agree with, a lot of understandable frustration, but I do think some of the remedy is just playing a bit more. I think some of the remedy of his issue is kind of like, play different people but play more, but also if he doesn't want to, I also get it. And the time he's describing is probably like a terrible time to learn the game. Like, 9th edition was a terrible time, let's be honest. It was not good for like the casual player, which, again, the new definition of casual versus competitive is casual players play the game very surface level, and competitive players are trying to plan ahead to plan a tactical decision. I think the definition, it's like the definition of casual versus competitive is so fast and loose. But ultimately, I do feel like we might have hit the nail on the head of something like casual is playing the game very surface level. I'm moving this thing, so I want to do this. Can I do these cards? No. Okay. Whereas competitive is like, what if I draw this card? What do I need to do? How do I need to prepare? What do I think? How do I stop my opponent scoring their cards? That sort of thing. I think he was 100% right. The rule could be way better, and the new additions are far too frequent. Yeah, again, I know I've said it a couple of times. 4 hours deep. Jesus Christ, I'm so tired now. But yeah, I think the additions changed a bit too fast. I think the seasons change a bit too slow. I think seasons every 9 months, new edition every 4 years, 5 years maybe. And I think that we need that more of a grace period. I think he needs to shit or get off the pot. Play the game and put time into learning it, or don't. Yeah, it's like, I think he's kind of saying he's getting off the pot. You know, he's tried going a few times and now he doesn't want to. He can't go. He's poo shy. But yeah, I think some of it does come down to that, and I think at this point he is kind of like he's off it. But I think a lot of what he's saying is very, very on point. You know. Army games aren't for everyone. Try skirmish games like Warcry Kill Team. Warcry is a great game. Great game. Spearhead, great game, you know. This sounds like a narrative casual player getting stomped by a competitive one and complaining it's a rules issue. Yeah, I think from very little what we saw, so we don't really know what's going on, but the very little bit we saw is that his opponents were playing to a higher tactical advantage than his. But a lot of his complaints weren't the fact that he lost loads of models, right? A lot of his complaints were the dice box thing, the understanding of like how rules are working, you know, like why is there so many different special rules? Again, it was a big 9th edition system. There's still a bit of that, but nowhere near as much. But it's like, why am I re-rolling ones? It's because this guy stood over there and he's got this thing that lets him do that. You know, it's just like weird, which I get. But a lot of the argument wasn't because he lost all his models turn 1. He had that grump at the end, which is the one we remember. But I think a lot of the video, he had some very valid criticisms of the game. I like 3/4 of the video, but this last bit just seemed bitter and salty. Yeah, I think so. I think the last bit was a bit the last 5 minutes, you know, a lot of what he said up to that. Yeah. He was so right that most of the game is you versus the dice box. Yeah, I agree. Anyway, good video. Definitely a good video. So I think that's probably it for today, except for the marble stream. Okay, except for the marble stream. If you don't know, every single person that has super chatted, that has become member, that has gifted membership, you can still do it now. And basically, if a thing pops up in the chat, a big blue box or whatever, you are going to be entered into a marbles race to win a desk mouse mat. A mouse desk mat. Gaming mouse mat. So I'm giving away this Zotac gaming desk pad. It's very slick. You ready? What? I'm giving away this. Hashtag sponsored by Zotac Gaming. Live to game. Very cool desk mat. I'm giving this bad boy away via a marbles race. If you'd like to enter, become member, gift membership or super chat right now. It's 900mm by 400mm or 35 inches by 15. Couple of these, you could have your own 40k board. So if you'd like to enter, now's the time to do something. If you've gift memberships, you get 1 entry for every gifted. If you've super chatted, you get 1 every £5, etc. Oh god. And here comes the box. The mat is very cool, yeah. I do appreciate Zotac for sending it through. Hashtag ad, hashtag sponsored, hashtag gifted. So I just need to go through and add everybody's names now, if you don't mind. I don't know how many there's going to be. It's probably only going to be about 20 entries. So again, if you want to... Oh, that's so much easier. If you want to, now's the time. So I'm going to quickly add them. If you've got any questions, now's the time to bring it up. If you super chat and miss your name, make sure you tell me, because I will forget. Salt is it? Oh, it's not typing. Okay. Steelman. Steelman F. Hungry Bert. God damn it. Hungry Bert. I don't think there's a crazy amount, because Leon didn't want to be in it either. There's no queue. Rob Sertrees. Gifted one. I don't spell your name right, as long as it's mostly right. Don't worry about it. Jace. Des. I have a question. Please feel free to ask. Go for it, my friend. What would you like to ask? Jake. Hey, Steve. Thanks for the gifted, bud. Really appreciate it. Thank you so much, man. Wraith Mace ×2 because they became member and super chatted. Why are you so cute? Bro, thank you, man. Very cute of you to say. Why am I so cute? Because Georgie drips me, that's why. Georgie daps me up. Look at this. £3 from Primark. Actually fire. I wear pearls now. I'm a pearls type of guy. Did you not see my cool bag? Look at my cool bag as well. Look at this cool little satchel bag. Yo, what the fuck? I should go to the chain gate. You should. Brother still live? Sure am. Drip King, you see my lanyard bottle opener? Actual drip. Right, anyway, so Liam says he's not bothered. So Angron did... Oh, Angron did one. So Galahad. I've spelt it so badly, but I'm tired, chat. Sir Galahad. Brian. Radio Brian. Brained. Radio brained. Dio Wag. Dio War. Dio Wag. Chat, we're nearly done. If you want to be entered, now's the time. Super chat or become a member. Arhane. Provo Planet. Provo Planet. And then Pretty Odd. There's 3 left. We've got Star Pilot. Biblical Nipple. Hey, Deck, thanks for the gift, bud. Appreciate you. Little Plastic Sexy Steve. Because I know he hates it. And Big Deck. Big Deck. 94. That was so badly spelled. It's the wrong number, and I spelled it wrong. Alright, let me get my song, baby. Let me get my song. Big Blue Remix. I know the song now. You son of a bitch. Sexy O bastard. Okay, what track do we want, chat? I'll do this so you can see first place. What track do we want? One that's a bit longer than a minute. Maybe 2 minute? 2 minute race? Love is in the air. Marble Diner. I think we did that one. Mountain Pass. What would Goober choose? He choose one to do with fishing. Brother, ooh. brother, ooh. Sexy, brother. Lucky few play Warhammer. Synthwave Mario Kart? Where is Synthwave? Mountain Pass. That's just saw Mountain Pass. Mountain Pass it is. Bots. We've got like what, 40 races? I can't remember how many races we've got. Add names. 21. Chat, there's 21 to win a mouse mat. I'm getting scammed. Okay, chat. This is it. To win a mouse mat. We're actually going to do a different song. We want Zelda music. Deal. To win a mouse mat. But tonight's been fun. It's been emotional. But here we go. Good luck, everyone. And whoever wins a mouse mat. 3, 2, 1. Go! Here we go, baby. Here we go. The volume's a bit too loud. Sorry. Okay, to start off, we fall through some holes and then fall down whatever this is. We've got Sir Galahad and Saltism going all the way back up to go all the way back down. Who's going to drop first? Looks like Sir Galahad is taking the lead. So first through this little topsy-turvy slot machine thing. But Star Pilot taking the lead with Rob and Sir Galahad catching up. That's Sundes flying through with Radio Brian and Angron just behind. But now they've got to get through the falling rocks. They've got to get through the falling rocks. Don't get hit by them. Oh, shit. Star Pilot in the lead with Rob. Who's going to make it through first? Is it Galahad? Is it Ryan? Is it Star Pilot? Nobody really knows. They're all getting stuck behind the rocks. Oh, shit. Everybody's going to catch up. Everybody's catching up. Go, go, go. It looks like Desi's taking the lead, followed by Star Pilot and Galahad. Let's go, baby. I think my ball fell off. It might have done. That's Sundes behind. Look at Saltism stuck up there. Hungry Bert taking up the real last place. So Saltism's never going to make it at this rate. Look at that. It's a real Mario Kart. Star Pilot taking over. Sir Galahad in front. That's Sundes getting a little boost. Holy shit. Saltism still stuck. Okay, here we go. Can they make it through the little pipe things? Des getting slowed down. Star Pilot. Everybody. Looks like Des and Star Pilot are still neck and neck, taking opposite tracks. One's going left, one's going right. Which one do we follow? I don't even know. Probably Des because he got the boost. Broke the rock. Who's going to make it out first? I guess we'll start. I'm stuck. We'll go down here. Star Pilot and Des. Star Pilot hitting the rock with Galahad and Arhane right behind. Arhane already winning the t-shirt this evening. Des and Arhane taking a huge lead. Star Pilot really lost all their momentum. Who's going to go down the middle? Star Pilot's going to not go down the middle? No? No? Looks like it's between Des and Arhane by the looks of it. Oh, Big Deck has died. Arhane and... Oh, Des, no! Scammed! Arhane's going to go for the double win. If Arhane keeps the lead, he'll win both Zotac. Oh, there's a rock that slowed him down, so Sir Galahad has got a minute to catch up. Followed by Jason, Big Plastic Sexy Steve. Oh, no! Arhane, you had such a lead! You had such a lead, Arhane. Dio Wag with the left hook. Oh my god. Dio Wag coming through. And it looks like he's going to secure the win unless Brian can make it first. No, it's Dio Wag with the steal. Dio Wag with the last minute steal. Holy shit. And Saltism dead. Saltism's getting done by the fire. Holy shit. Oh, the left hook out of nowhere. Scammed by a rock. Holy fuck, dude. What a race. What a race, bro. Ah, was crazy. Actually crazy. Arhane nearly taking the double win. That would have been the big scam. Arhane being like, I love the t-shirt and that fits. And also, I really love the mouse bar. And it'd be like, oh, he's just won both. That would have been crazy. Did I make it to the end? You did make it to the end. Yeah, well done, mate. Well done. I just closed it before I did the top 10, but there we go. It was the rock. Arhane got stuck behind the rock. Actually wild. Actually wild, bro. Double win would have made it easy for posting. No, that's very true, but there we go. What can I say? You got scanned by a rock. Saltism did die. So well done, everyone. Well done to Dio Wag. Shoot me a message, mate, and I'll get or an email or whatever, and I'll get that posted out to you. You've just won. Just to clarify, you've won this Zotac Gaming Deathmatch, which is super cool. Super cool. Congratulations. Thanks, everyone, for hanging out tonight. Really appreciate it. Thanks for becoming members. I've been live for 4 hours. What a fucking slog up stream. It's never really a slog, I'm joking. It's always good. I always enjoy hanging out with you guys. I like Friday night. I'm like alternating battle reports and chatting. The system felt sorry for Saltism put in the end. Yeah, the fire gets you if you're too slow. Once you finish the first guy finishes, the fire comes and kills everybody. But tonight's been fun. Hopefully you've taken something away. If you missed some of it, I appreciate it. It's a 4-hour stream. I'm probably going to put it out as a video, or at least some sections of it. Go subscribe to Goobertown Hobbies if you haven't already. And I'll be back Monday before the World Tour next week. So Tuesday and Wednesday, I'm going to do collabs with Liam and Vince down south, down super south. So I'm going to be traveling for a lot of next week. But enjoy your weekend. Please go have fun. So I'll be back Monday, and then I'll be missing Wednesday next week. Back Monday, doing a stream Friday night. And then, yeah, that's it. That's it. So thanks for watching, and hopefully I'll catch you Monday. All right? DealWagonar, hey, make sure you message me about your details and stuff. And I love you all, and thanks for watching. And come to our tournament, and I'll see you on Monday. See you later. Bye. Bye. Bye-bye, everyone. Love you all. Subscribe. Touch grass. Play more than one game with less than 60 cabinet.